and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. I'm your host, Sam Slays. How the fuck are we doing, my friends? What's going down? Happy Monday. Happy Memorial Day. Shout out all the motherfucking veterans out there, man. It is May 29th, sunny Monday evening here on the East Coast. We are chilling, my friends. How the fuck we doing? What's going down? So, Ryuki, what's good? I hope you're well. Buttermy Waffle, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the streaming family. Welcome on in. Stacked show for you guys this week. This is episode 123. I'm your host, Dom Slace, if you didn't know. And we're about to get right into this, man. So, crazy week at Music Mondays. Crazy week for myself as well, if I'm being honest with you. But nonetheless, like I said, a stacked week for Music Mondays. So, we're going to talk about weekly review stuff, and then I have a little bit of a question for the Music Mondays community. We're going to get some community feedback on a couple things that I really wanted to touch on, you know. And then we'll get into reactions and reviews. You guys know the drill. So, without further ado, I hope everybody's well. Hope we're chilling. But let's get right into it, man. So, episode 122 of the Music Mondays podcast is available on all platforms, every audio platform, and our YouTube channel as well. So, huge shout out to anybody that's taking us on the go on all audio platforms, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify. There's a couple like obscure podcast platforms up there. Basically anywhere you can take us, we're available on. So make sure you go check us out on audio platforms. But of course, it's available on our YouTube channel as well. Huge shout out to everybody that submitted and came through last week. Last week was definitely fucking stacked. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the quality of the show from 2022 to 2023 is actually pretty crazy. But last week, it like made me realize, I was like, damn, we're almost 6 months into the year, and like I think legitimately every show has either been as good as the last one or just like insanely better. Like, so that's what's pretty fucking crazy, for sure. But yeah, huge shout out to anybody that came through and submitted and all that good stuff. And of course, if you're interested, episode 122 is available on the channel. So one thing that I wanted to mention as well, we're super close to 170 subs on the channel. I think we're like one away. So huge shout out to anybody that's been dropping subs over there on the Music Mondays main channel, and huge shout out to anybody that's already been subbed. You know, the usuals that are dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. We see you and we appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Thank you, my friends. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, let's see. Speaking of YouTube, a brand new YouTube upload is available right now. Last week we discussed basically Music Mondays growth for a little bit. We had about a 10 to 15 minute discussion about you know, how fast we've grown, and you know, especially just the recent amount of love that we've gotten here on the platform. So I just wanted to take a moment to personally thank everybody last week, all of our Patreons, all of the community, everybody that submits every week. That was definitely really, really important for me. So if you haven't seen that segment, that's available on our channel right now. And again, huge shout out to anybody that is already subbed to our channel. And if you're not subbed, definitely go check out the channel, man. We upload 2 times a week. You guys know the drill. Exclusive segments just like that one. Tips and tricks. Full podcast episodes. Exclusive tracks. A whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So pushing for the 170. And huge shout out to anybody that's already subbed. So yeah. Really, really good week, to be honest with you. And then that'll take us to about Friday. And that is where we kind of dropped a surprise piece of content for sure. So many of you know, those of you that have been um, involved with Music Mondays for, um, I would say the better half of 2023. We had another episode of the breakdown that we had not um, uploaded onto our channel, and that is episode 5 of the breakdown. And many of you know, that is our one-on-one segment, formerly hosted by Ivica, but Ivica actually is no longer involved with Music Mondays. So that'll vary from host to host, to be honest with you. We'll have a couple different hosts for the breakdown, but besides the fact, we had one episode left hosted by Ivica. So that one is pretty rare, but it's also kind of like the last time you'll see like the breakdown in like that format, because when we reintroduce the breakdown, we'll most likely have a new staff member kind of take over that role, and we'll have them kind of um, reformat the breakdown in however we see fit. But the last episode in that format, episode 5 with Twink Obliterator with Ivica Glass as the host, is available right now on our YouTube channel. So definitely go check that out. And huge shout out to Twink Obliterator and Ivica Glass for hosting that as well. A brand new article is live on allmusicmondays.com with Blank Thought. Blank Thought came back with another fucking banger interview, man, and they just keep getting better and better, to be honest with you. Blank Thought has a real treasure chest of artists that they've been going through for quite some time. So if you're taking a liking to a lot of Blank Thought writing and you're interested in Blank Thought's side of things as far as writing goes, definitely go check that out. And huge shout out to Blank Thought as well. And then that'll take us to Saturday, where Ray Lowe dropped probably one of the biggest interviews of 2023. Ray actually got the chance to sit down with Ethereal in person, actually. So that's kind of like how, things came about there. It wasn't really a matter of like some internet shit like a lot of it usually is. That was definitely some like in person, yo, let's have a conversation. Let me interview for this platform I write for, and push game to shove. So that one pretty much speaks for itself. So huge shout out to Ray and huge shout out to Ethereal. Definitely go check that out on the Music Mondays homepage as well. If you're watching on YouTube, all that stuff is linked in the description. So go check out our homepage and all the other good stuff available as well. Shit. So that'll take us to Sunday. And SoundCloud Sunday, volume 84. Hit the fucking streets, and that one, again, probably one of my personal favorites this year. I've had quite a few that I've really enjoyed putting together with the curation team and things like that. And of course, shout out to everybody that submitted to SoundCloud Sunday Volume 84. But this edition is live right now. If you're interested, definitely go check that out. And again, definitely go share that playlist with your homies. Share that playlist with people that are looking for new music, especially if you're featured on there, right? And you got a homie that's like, yo, like I need new playlists, whatever. Definitely put them on for sure, because it's just a good way to like slide yourself in there, and it's also a good way to put on for the community. So definitely go check out SoundCloud Sunday, 100%. Volume 84 was curated by myself, Deep Rest, and Waterfalls as well. So huge shout out to our Music Mondays staff curators. You guys are amazing. Man, so before we get into kind of future stuff, Music Mondays and Spotify, when is that happening? When are we going to start really transitioning and moving over to Spotify as well, right? Because SoundCloud Sunday will always be a thing, and we'll always be able to really keep on that side of things. We're still kind of figuring out the moving parts for that. Of course, you guys will know ASAP Rocky, but trying to figure out a good way to implement that as well. So definitely be on the lookout for that, because I know quite a few people have asked for our version of a Spotify playlist. So yeah, that's definitely still on the cards as well. Just to add on to the SoundCloud Sunday kind of discussion there. But that kind of takes us to the weekly recap. Today is Monday, like I said, May 29th, 2023. We're chilling. It's Memorial Day, Memorial edition of Music Mondays. And before we get into reactions and reviews, I want to talk about what is going to be kicking off June. Kind of what other moving parts we have around Music Mondays, and a couple other things, and then we'll hop right into reactions and reviews. So the big thing is, in case you missed it, monthly, our biggest written segment of the month, per month, every month, is being worked on right now currently by our staff designer Aster, because that segment kind of took a slow down because I had to do the last batch of graphics while Aster was kind of on vacation. So we'll be catching up with the May edition, and the June edition will come out at the end of this month as well. So you can expect basically a lot of In Case You Missed It monthlies, probably dropping back to back, just so we can really catch up on those and make sure those are good, because that's really a segment where like a lot of the staff is involved, between our writers, our designers, and then not only myself. So that's kind of a big deal, and we always want to make sure we do that right. So again, when we present that to you, it's going to be in its best form, you know what I mean? So very important there. And then you can expect all of our monthly YouTube series to continue. Feature Friday and Workshop Wednesday. I'm working on booking a Feature Friday and Workshop Wednesday for our channel as well. So as soon as I hear back from a couple people, you guys will know as well. And then Behind the Merch is also something I've talked to the staff about, because we did one episode and there wasn't really like a lot of like people that were either down or people that like really had like merch out. It was either like coming out like later in the year or like next year type shit, so it wasn't really like fitting for the series. So we are definitely on the lookout for Behind the Merch artists and creative that are interested in that. And if you have no idea what Behind the Merch is, again, our monthly YouTube segment where we sit down with artists and we talk about their merch, whether it be their merch collection coming up, their merch collection that's out now, even if it's just like a single merch piece. That's definitely something that I want to get back into as well. That one kind of, you know, is a rough one, just because, you know, people do merch drops and they either do like okay, or they either don't do well and they don't do them again for like a long ass time. So you got to get it like right then and there, you know what I mean? It's a very like in the moment kind of piece of content, you know. So that's one thing on the cards. Feature Friday, Workshop Wednesday, Behind the Merch. And like I said, the breakdown, now that episode 5 is out, and Ivica Glass is no longer hosting future episodes, we'll be having a new staff member kind of take over that concept. And that's really going to transform into a fully like one-on-one album, project, single kind of breakdown. Because we have Feature Friday, which is our interview segment. That's just a basic one-on-one interview. And then Workshop Wednesdays, where people break down their work, whether it be production, engineering, graphic design, things like that. Very much like a workshop. And then the breakdown is pretty much what it sounds like, where we break down your latest single, project, album, things like that. So again, once, you know, because I know a couple of our staff members are in the middle of major moves right now, like IRL moves. They're moving houses and things like that. So once I sit down and have a meeting with the staff this week, I'll be able to catch up with them and really see where everything's at. But the breakdown will continue, and that'll be kind of brought in with a new host, which I'm really excited about for sure. And then that's kind of like what we're majorly focusing on. And then obviously we have kind of our end of summer bigger events that you guys may or may not remember or know what I'm talking about. A lot of that stuff will kind of be revealed a little bit later, but that's like kind of just down the road kind of shit. But it's definitely going to be a very interesting summer. That's for sure. Definitely going to be an interesting summer. But major things outside of that, Music Mondays is recruiting, always recruiting. But we'll be putting out a brand new recruiting flyer this week. So if you're interested in joining the Music Mondays staff team, feel free to send us a DM, send us an email with your resume or portfolio. If you don't have a resume or portfolio, send us your pitch, things like that. That'd be great as well. We're interested in writers, journalists, graphic designers, cover artists, content creators, underground enthusiasts, curators, definitely curators. But we just need passionate people that are very caring about the underground, right? Because every person on the Music Monday staff team has a lot of roots within the underground, and I intend to keep it that way, right? So it's not really about kind of like what your resume is. It's more so like how much do you actually give a fuck about the scene. And if you're interested in any of those roles or positions, feel free to, like I said, send myself a DM, message the Music Mondays account, or send us an email as well. And definitely link your portfolio or resume if you have one. But again, you'll see a new recruiting flyer kind of go out later this week as well. So keep your eyes peeled for that. But one other thing, Music Mondays is looking for exclusives. We want to host tracks on our SoundCloud. If you're interested in getting a song promoted by us, posted on our SoundCloud, shit, we'll create the cover art all for free. Let us know. We just want to host your tracks, okay? So if you're like, shit, I got a song Music Mondays can host, feel free to upload it to all distros. Go on Spotify. Go put it on wherever. We just want the SoundCloud version, okay? So we're just looking for tracks to host on our SoundCloud and really not only spread our message over on SoundCloud, but to really get you guys some more exposure with our audience over there as well. So again, shit, we're looking for you. If you're interested in getting a track hosted by us on SoundCloud, again, feel free to send us an email, send us a DM, send myself a DM. Because we're looking for you, and all for free, because we'll promote it on all of our socials. If you don't have cover art, shit, we'll create the cover art. You name it, we got it. So that's definitely a steal. So if you're interested in that, completely free of charge, definitely let us know. You know what I mean? Because again, we want to build up our SoundCloud library for sure. So let's fucking get it. Tell your friends. But one other thing that I wanted to discuss before we got into reactions and whatnot, right, is each week, a lot of you guys know that we have many discussion segments, and we have a lot of really great conversations here on the show. But one thing that I wanted to kind of touch on, and it really kind of dawned on me, right? Because I have a couple of topics that I really want to discuss with the community, right? Because you guys know me, there's always a lot of stuff that I could ramble about, and a lot of tips I could really share. But besides the things that I'm going to touch on in the future, one thing I wanted to get the community's kind of input on, and whether you're watching this here live or you're watching this on YouTube, you're watching this wherever you're watching this, let us know in the comments, let us know in our DMs, anywhere, what you would like to see Music Mondays discuss here on the show. Now, that can range from anything from, tips and tricks to what should I do in this situation, talk about distributors, like, because you guys you guys know the amount of uploads that we've had, right? So when it comes to things that we've touched on, smaller things like cleaning your setup, you know what I mean? Or even more intricate things like, like how to start taking your career more seriously. So there isn't anything too big or small that we're opposed to touching on, especially when it's myself, you know what I mean? And we'll never speak on anything that I personally don't know about. So shit, if it's something that I don't know about, maybe we'll bring somebody on that does know about it as well. You know what I mean? like, so we're open to a lot of like really new ideas. So feel free to again drop some ideas in the comments. Anything you'd like to see the show kind of take on. Feel free to let us know because again, I have a lot of things I'm gonna touch on regardless, and a couple of ideas for guests and things like that, and collab shows. But as far as like solo segments, if you guys wanted to see myself or shit any of the staff members, because you guys know the team, if you want to see any of the regular staff members come on the show, or you'd like to see them kind of talk about anything, feel free to let us know. You know what I mean? Because like I said, we're kind of really open to any of those ideas, and it kind of dawned on me earlier. I was like, wow, like wonder what the true like community input would be, right? So when this does get uploaded on the channel, definitely drop a comment, or if you see the tweet, definitely drop a tweet, drop anything, you know what I mean? Because we're totally open to it. Because we are a weekly show, right? So we have time for everything, especially if we don't get like, everybody's kind of questions or thoughts or things like that. So um yeah, definitely let us know. And of course, if you're watching this on YouTube, definitely drop a like, fucking subscribe, and let us know what you want to see here on the show, man. Because like I said, we're open. So let's get it. But back to our regular scheduled programming. Chat. Um you guys know what time it is, man. But if you don't know what time it is, it's time for some reactions. So, man, oh man, oh man. I know we got a couple of new Patreons over the weekend, so let me pull up our list right here and see all the homies that are currently supporting Music Mondays in the most gracious way. So we'll take a look here. But before we get into all that, let's talk about the show here, and I'll tweet out the stream in a few minutes. So how do I submit to the show? Why do you take submissions on Twitter? So many other questions we get all the time. And these are the details. And for those of you that actually watch the show and see me go through this kind of this this routine every week, I definitely appreciate you guys because man, it could definitely get repetitive, but it's definitely a necessary part of our show because our show is like not your average like 1 to 2 hour podcast, right? So the chances of people clicking through our show and us having like a high click through rate is pretty fucking is pretty common, you know what I mean? So that's why I do say a lot of the things throughout the show because people aren't going to hear every time I do say it. So shout out to all you guys, man. But with that said, let's talk about submissions. Submissions will be in the same format every week, and they'll read artists and creatives. Submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays, live on 5/29/23 at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is right here and now. If you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creations, drop your links and portfolios below. All art forms are welcome. 4 hour show limit, must be following Music Mondays on Twitter to be eligible. Patreon subscribers submissions played first each week. So, with that said, let's break it down. Many of you know, contrary to our name, Music Mondays, we reacted to a wide range of content here on the show. Everything from vocals to instrumentals to graphic design to YouTube edits, music videos, merch designs, you name it, we've done it. So feel free to drop any of your content pieces, man. Whether you're a musician, whether you're a graphic designer, whether you're an artist, whether you're any one of those things, man. Because again, most independent underground creatives are multi-talented. You know what I mean? Like most people do have multiple fucking talents. So when it comes to showcasing all those talents, it's pretty hard to like showcase them all at once. That's why we give creators a chance to really break down a lot of that stuff here. You know what I mean? So that's why we do that. So feel free to drop anything under these tweets as well. But, um, 4 hour show limit. Many of you guys know why and when we kind of switched to our 4 hour show limit, but if you don't know, um, we do upload the show on all platforms and we are a weekly show. So to really make the show palatable and really not tax the Music Mondays crew and myself, we decided to really limit the show to 4 hours, right? Because again, we are a weekly show. A lot of these other shows and a lot of most shows you do see are kind of on like a monthly basis, right? But when we're doing things on a weekly basis here live, and then putting it in all platforms, um, kind of limiting the show to 4 hours was really the smarter choice if we wanted to keep doing the show for as long as we wanted. You know what I mean? So that was kind of like the idea behind that, especially with like the amount of submissions that we do get. Because last week I think we got like 60 or something like that. So we probably would have had like an 8 hour show, you know what I mean? And nobody's gonna watch that on YouTube, let alone on any audio platform. You know what I mean? Like nobody's watching that. So and again, like especially on like a weekly basis, like maybe on like a monthly basis, people might get hyped for some shit like that, but not on a weekly basis. And like kind of like how our content rolls, that's kind of like the idea behind that. You know what I mean? So, if you're ever curious about the 4 hour show limit, that's why. And as many of you know, our submissions are free. And they always have been. They always will be free. The only thing that we do ask before you submit is that you're following the Music Mondays homepage before you submit. So, again, it just helps grow our community. It helps spread our message, and not only that, it really just pays respect to a lot of people that do submit every week and do already follow Music Mondays and wait for their submissions to get reacted to every week. So that's the only thing that we do ask, because again, these submissions will always be free. So just make sure you do that, please. Thank you. And one other thing, relatively new as well, our Patreon subscribers will get their submissions played first every week. So, um, yeah, I explained a little bit about this last week, but if you're subscribed to our Patreon, we have 3 tiers over there. That's really just the main way to support Music Mondays, the platform outside of Zomslays and outside of a lot of the things that that you see other platforms do, right? Um, a lot of our kind of ideas are going to come from Patreon. So if you are a subscriber of our Patreon, we definitely greatly appreciate you, because you know once we get to like a steady point on our Patreon and really not only just start growing our Patreon more, we're going to be able to really give back like tenfold to the community. And I've already started to really discuss things with the staff and really kind of like what we want to do over there as far as what we're going to bring to you guys first. So yeah, yeah, the Patreon is definitely like a big crucial point for Music Mondays, cuz again, like um everything we do is non-monetized, right? The way we do monetize things is through advertisements, is through Twitch ads and Twitch subs, and YouTube videos, and a lot of those things are going to really be the backbone of Music Mondays. So when it comes to the Patreon, that's our way of being able to get to bigger and better events for the community. And again, we have a lot planned for you guys. So huge shout out to all our patrons as well. But, the main attraction to the Patreon is for the podcast. So it's like we wanted to really come up with a concept for the community to be able to get their submissions played first here on the show, because a lot of people, would like their submissions played first when the show's live, or just don't have time to catch up on the show, or just don't want to see their submissions played like super last, right? So one kind of perk I wanted to make over on the Music Mondays Patreon was the Music Mondays Fast Pass, which is available in every single tier as well. So if you wanted to be a basic tier subscriber, you very much well could, and you'd be eligible for the Music Mondays Fast Pass. So when you submit over here on Twitter, you'll be able to have your submissions played first. So huge shout out to a lot of our patrons that wanted to go over there and grab that. Because again, that was something I really like took some time to work out. I didn't want to just hurry up and rush and launch a Patreon and like not have meaningful things for the community to actually get, right? So, and many of you know the podcast is a very crucial part of Music Mondays as a whole. So, it was a no-brainer to really kind of bring some features for the show over there on Patreon, but nothing that was really like taking away from the regular community as well. But if you just want your submissions played first, then you can feel free to go check out our Patreon. You know what I mean? But if not, we'll always go through as many of the community submissions as we can. So again, huge shout out to all of our Patreons. You guys are amazing. But that's about it, my friends. That's pretty much the lowdown on Music Monday submissions. Pretty much all the links are there every week, and of course, submissions close a couple hours before the show starts. Again, just to get really a head count and really see what we're working with, and really gauge whether we're gonna have like a crazy amount of submissions or not. Because again, we are a live show, so we like to keep shit a bit of free flow and see kind of like things, you know, pretty much get a quick head count for the show for sure. But before we hop right into reactions and reviews, what we will do is I'm going to take a little peek over at the Music Mondays Patreon and see all of our eligible patrons right now and check out all the homies, because I know we got some brand new ones and I know we got some reoccurring ones as well. So let's see. You guys are fucking amazing, by the way. Jesus. Yep, the usual crew. Love that. Love that, love that, love that. All right, chat. So we got our list. Let's see who's up first for the roulette we have here, okay? So of course, per usual, every week we go through our patrons first, and then we'll go through the rest of the community as well. So okay, so Cole's about to be up first. Cole's definitely up first. And then it's been a while since we've heard from Cole as well. And then Ryuki, so Cole, Ryuki, and then SLM, and then King Mark, and then TDG. Well, that's 5. We have 5 patrons tonight. Holy shit. Wow, 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 wow. All right, well, let's get into it, chat. Perfect. I'm down. All right, so our first patron of the night and our first submission of the night, the homie Cole Gerard. So like I said, it's been a minute since we've heard from Cole, man. I know Cole's been putting out a lot of work as far as not only musical content, but just you know, other pieces of media and just visual content and things like that. So I'm definitely excited to see what Cole has in store for us this week. Dance with Me and King Mark music, or don't, on all plats on June 7th. 101 giveaway live. Giveaway ends June 7th. Okay. So we got a little collab here with King Mark. I am down. For the cause. Okay, so for those of you that don't know Cole, definitely an artist that can be very versatile. Definitely a genre blender, but an artist that is just more so versatile. Like, we've seen Cole really work with almost anything and really dive into almost any style, to be honest with you. So this could be, I mean, it's tagged electronic, so we got to go in that direction, but who knows? Who really knows? Let's get into it. Cole Gerard, Dance with King Mark. Damn. Dude, the sample, bro. That sample is it. It really is. See, this was kind of a crazy mashup because like this is like a sample you'd hear in like drill right now, like New York drill. Like I could totally see this like in like a drill version, but this was like more on like a harder like electronic like trap version. You know what I mean? Like it's definitely got like a good blend to it. Like this producer fucking snapped for sure. Um, let's break this one down. So, we're talking about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of dance. Plug and dance. Yeah, see, there you go. Plug and dance. Yeah, definitely. Then we'll go so hard. I agree. I agree. Um, so yeah, instrumental vocals and theme. So let's talk instrumental here. Mix is really crazy, but like I like the griminess on it. You know what I mean? Like I really like the whole kind of like it's got like that right amount of mud. You know what I mean? Like tracks like this could go like super left or super right, and I think it's like got that middle like right amount of mud. And that's one thing I noticed that like every time this would re-drop, it was perfect. So the mix is solid, especially as far as the instrumental goes, like 100%. And again, nothing clashing too overbearing. I mean, it's kind of hard not to say the sample. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like it's kind of hard to not be like, yeah, dude, samples like what the fuck, like. But I feel like that is kind of like a kind of a cheesy shining star though, because that's such a good sample. I do want to say sample though. I did enjoy the drums a lot. Sound selection was solid. Mel's might have been a close second though. If it's not the sample, it's probably the Mel's, because the Mel's gave this enough kind of like enough of like a R&B kind of like softer vibe, but you mix it in with these drums and it kind of like wraps it all together nicely. But yeah, probably the melodies for sure. But like the sample's just crazy. So it's kind of like a given though. I didn't really want to go that route. So uh melody and sample. Definitely. Definitely. Um like vocals. So I always feel like Cole and Mark can do a lot of good things regardless. You know what I mean? Like I've heard enough collabs from them that I kind of know that like no matter what they do, they're gonna sound really sick together. Just because Cole's like very flexible, but Cole also has like a lot of experience with like other genres as well. So like when it comes to Mark's like alternative like electronic like alternative pop kind of sound, um I feel like Cole has no issue kind of like flexing and bending for that. And this track definitely shows that for sure because Cole just fits like real natural on this and sounds like this is like Cole's main sound. You know what I mean? So like um it blends very well. I think that's what I really like about this. Um Mix is great. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Vocals sit really, really nice on this. Everything's kind of like spaced out. Again, probably Cole in the mix, obviously. So kind of like not really a shocker there. We can always expect a solid mix when it's Cole. Um, see, I like Mark's writing a lot, but Cole also brings like a lot of like muddiness to this, and like a bit of like high energy. So I just like these two together. You know what I mean? It's just a good blend of vocal ranges, and just two artists that kind of like just blend well together. Mm, structure though, because those drops at the end. Yeah, just a little bit of the small things too. I kind of like a lot thinking back on it. There's a couple of small things that like could have made or break this track, especially towards the end where everything kind of just re-drops with Mark's vocals. I feel like those kind of like drops there are crucial. I like them a lot. Um, because I like both vocals, so I'm not to say structure to be honest with you. Structure is like really well done, and it's really about the smallest things sometimes when it comes to tracks like this. Because it's like, okay, yeah, the tracks are banger, but like, how can you like spice it up a little bit more? That's how you do it for sure, 100%. So instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme. This definitely looks like a Cole cover. This definitely looks like a Cole cover for sure. I mean, it could be a Mark cover, but it definitely looks like a Cole cover for sure. But what I do like about this, because like as minimalistic as this is, it's got the King Mark. Like it's like either the same font or it's got like the same uh like color scheme. So like the palette here is like super similar, but it has like the Cole style when it comes to art. So like minimalistic, but I think this like really balances out kind of these two aesthetically, to be honest with you. There's a little bit of both there. So cover on point, in my opinion. Um Overall theme, I mean kind of a no-brainer title, right? I mean, the sample shit alone you just you were almost inclined to call this dance like right off the rip. But you know, Mark's always been really good at making these kind of like club anthems and these kind of like late night club vibe, like just like just like party till 3 a.m. kind of bops, but like with like emotional like personal lyrics. But like when you add Cole into the mix, I feel like it's like such a cool dynamic that like definitely makes this like a late night definite club vibe, like 3 a.m. highway type of shit. Especially with the sample when you think about it, man, like imagine this coming on when you're just like I can't even imagine. You know what I mean? So yeah, no, like I feel like the theme here was like really captured well. Cuz again, like you had the like more like unique style of Cole and then like with Mark kind of closing this out, it was like, wow. Okay. And then like the structure kind of like adds that spice to it like I said, so kind of like wrapped it up in a nice little bow, like perfect single. You know what I mean? Perfect single. So, well done. Huge shout out to Cole. Thank you for the submission, my friend. With that said, make sure you follow Cole on SoundCloud. Literally one follow away from 50, man. Shit. And of course, make sure you follow Cole on Twitter. Um, uh, I can't even hold on. What the fuck? Let's refresh the page. Did you guys fucking see that? There we go. Cole's literally 4 followers away from 50, man. So, go show Cole some love on the Bird app. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. So make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're watching 170 subaroonies on there, man. I think we're like one away. Literally, you're sitting at 169. You're not obligated to go sub because, come on, 169. But go get us to 170. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So make sure you go check out the channel and drop a sub if you have it. But huge shout out to Cole, man. That was a great way to kick off this show and Mark as well. Um, Such a cool sample, you know what I mean? And like you could really like do that sample in so many ways. So like the way that that was done was like really nice, you know. But that was our first Patreon of the night. Let's go in order. Who's our next Patreon coming through? We got the homie Ryuki, all right, with the fucking Quest visualizer, and we didn't get a chance to react to this last week because we had hit our 4-hour show limit on top of having like 60 submissions as well. So it's been quite a fucking minute since we've been able to react to some Ryuki, okay? So this is gonna be an extreme pleasure. Same thing with Cole. So we got 2 back-to-back submissions that we haven't heard from in quite a minute. So this is gonna be pretty nice. This is definitely gonna be pretty nice. So with that said, let's pop this open in a new tab. Time to grind is what Ryuki said in the caption, okay? Shit. Giving y'all a special one. Okay, Ryuki. Okay. Oh, shit, we got this shit in 4K? We don't want to lag the stream. Let's just go 1080. That 4K shit will crash us all. Thanks for tuning in, Hyper Family. I like that shit. What the fuck? Lots of love in the comments. Definitely lots of love in the comments for sure. Damn, we loved it. What the fuck? Okay. We love that, Ryuki. Let's get it. Alright, so, great description. Video animation by Neptune, recorded, mixed, and mastered by okay. Shout out Clooney. May 21st. So this dropped literally like a week ago, chat. Shout out Neptune. Big shout out Neptune. Damn. Okay. Alright, full volume this. Full screen this. And again, for those of you that don't know, Ryuki's a wonderfully talented alternative pop artist. But obviously multi-talented as well. Very versatile and flexible, like many of the artists here, but wonderfully talented alternative pop artist. Ryuki, Quest, official visual. Let's get into it. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the fuck? Hold on. Like, come on now. I love how it's edited in this aspect ratio as well. Like I love so much about this. All right. Hold on. I think we've broken down Quest before, but let's re-break this down, but we'll talk about the visual. So we're gonna talk about 3 things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're talking about vocals, talk about the overall visual for Quest. So, this was really different. This was really fucking different. Hold on, before we break this down, snapped on this animation. Be sure to tap in. Damn. Damn. That's like, see, like, I love the theme behind this. Like Ryuki definitely made this feel like a like very personal. It definitely felt very very personal. That's what I really like about this. It absolutely felt personal. It felt very much like very unique for sure. So, uh again, let's break this down. We're talking about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall visual for Quest. So, man, oh man, oh man. The instrumental is like pretty much like exactly what I think of when I think of Ryuki. Like fast paced, kind of like alternative pop mixed with like a lot of like great trap and like plug elements, like but like it's like very much fast paced and it doesn't like try to be like try to be something it's not. And I think this is very much a unique choice in instrumental. And like again, it's been a while since we've reacted to this, so like this is really cool to come back and see. This is definitely really really cool to come back and see. But again, the instrumental's great. Nothing clashing too overbearing as far as the mix goes. Everything sits nicely. Vocals sit really really nice. Again, everything we've kind of heard from Ryuki has always been mixed to a T, so kind of no shocker there. But as far as the instrumental goes, the mix is great. Um, I mean, the drums might like I like the melody. Like, okay, here's my thing. Like, I like the melody a lot, right? It totally gives it that like, um, cyber world kind of like computerized digital feel, right? And I think that's great because it totally is like a main part of this instrumental. But the drums hit hard as fuck, and like they're not hitting too hard at all. Like I feel like they hit like just right. So the drums are a big fucking key here. Um, I might have to say drums. I really like the drums on this track a lot, and they definitely keep up like the fast paced kind of feel. Like shit, like realistically, this beat could be like relatively slow, but the drums make it feel like so fast paced. So, yeah, definitely drums as far as the Shining Star goes. So the instrumental solid. It's a great choice either way. Um, stock vocals. So, vocals. Mix is great. Mix is absolutely stellar. Super crisp, nothing clashing too overbearing, and it especially sits really nice on this instrumental, considering again how hard these drums do hit. Mix is awesome. Um, so the engineer did a stellar job for sure. Um, so mix is solid. Flow and cadence kind of has always been my favorite from Ryuki. Just again keeping up the fast pace, kind of like like going just super like it's just like high energy kind of shit. You know what I mean? So flow and cadence might be there, but also writing a little bit. I really like the writing a lot. Mark, what's good? Welcome, happy Monday. I hope you're well, my friend. Um, the hook, eh, probably flow and cadence, man. Probably flow and cadence, just because it keeps up the high energy. It really kind of like reinforces the kind of vibe that Ryuki's going for here. You know what I mean? High energy, high octane, just like not necessarily like a weird like happy vibe. It's just very much like fast pace, in your face, like uh, very much like the visual is describing for sure. Like when I picture this track, this is exactly on point, 100%. So yeah, yeah, flow and cadence for sure. So instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk visual. So holy shit. Neptune G. Neptune G. So one thing I noticed right off rip was this was kind of edited in like um sort of like that 5 by, what is it, like 5 by 3, 5 by 2 like aspect ratio, and I love videos like this. Like I fuck with videos like this so much, especially as to where this song's like under 2 minutes. So like it's totally like it just makes it even like quick, and it's just like boom right in front of your face. You're good to go. You know what I mean? Like that's it. So right off rip, the aspect ratio is like really dope. I like that it's not like 16 by 9. I've been wanting to show you one of these for a year. I've been through a lot to get one of these vids done. What the fuck? Really? Hell no. Let's go. No, this is like really worth it. 100%. What the fuck? No, this is great for sure. 100%. Especially for like what you're going for. Like I feel like it matches like the Ryuki aesthetic and like the overall like meaning and like the vibe you've been trying to capture, and like the like shit, like even down to like your SoundCloud profile. Like I still remember the first time I saw that. You know what I mean? Like even all the way down to that. Like this totally like lives up to the Ryuki expectation of it all. You know what I mean? So yeah, no. But again, um, the aspect ratio, I love it, and again, even Ryuki just said it in the chat. Like I've been waiting to show you guys one of these forever. You know what I mean? So it's like fuck. Ain't capping when he said he's going through it for this vid. You'll be seeing more of these for sure. Okay, no, I'm down. I'm definitely down. I'm 100% down. That's not even a question, for sure. Because these are just like really cool to watch, but like I feel like if you really capitalize on this, you can do something completely fucking different that's like totally unique to you. Like truly like a digital world, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like fuck. And like I can only imagine like what it is actually like going through to get something like this specifically done. Because I'm sure you didn't just want some like shit that like you could whip up, you know what I mean? Because like if it was like easy, everybody would do it. You know what I mean? Like, so it's definitely not one of those cases at all. You know? I think it came out really nice, to be honest. Yeah. So big thing here. I like the aspect ratio. The whole like real concept and the fact that this aesthetic kind of goes with Ryuki, like, kind of like sold it for me. Like, I kind of saw this and like knew like 2 seconds in that this is gonna be crazy, just because it's like it's kind of a no brainer. Like down to the colors, down to like the character models, like definitely nailed it. Definitely fucking nailed it. It's hard to find someone available or that can translate the style correctly. Right. Right. I find that that's like a lot of the problems with like a lot of this kind of like aspect of like design and work like this is like it can be like a challenge trying to find somebody that can A, like you said, translate the style, or B, just kind of has enough like time and dedication. And again, like a lot of the bigger projects can be pretty pricey as well. You know what I mean? So like you want to make sure like you get your ROI, so you want people to fucking watch that shit. You know what I mean? So but yeah, big fan of the aspect ratio. The editing's great and I love the aesthetics, but like the thing that kind of sold me and right off rip really sold me was um the fact that it like played into Ryuki's aesthetic like so quickly, and just like you just knew instantly that this was a Ryuki visual for sure. Like it's definitely like right off like the like right off the rip, it was just like bang Ryuki. So that's one thing I really liked about it. And then like the smaller things, and it was kind of like a comfy edit too. Like it kind of reminds you of like those like weird games you used to play in school that like used to be unlocked because you never used to be able to like go on like real websites and shit. Um, Reminds me of like one of those games. You know what I mean? Like it totally reminds me of one of those. And like even the character models, you know what I mean? Like the models are just like really like you can just tell right off rip. You know what I mean? Right off rip. Like so it's like shit. Visuals like the accompanying music that yeah. That's a great comparison. That's a great comparison, Butter. I like that comparison a lot for sure. Shout out Final Fantasy. I'm going to make games for my music and hopefully plan out to have the bread able to play. Oh, hell yeah. Nah, for sure. What? I'll be the first. I'll definitely be the first. What? Streamer reacts to rapper's video game. I can already see the clickbait title now. But shit, no, I love the aspect ratio, and just right off rip, this was just very much like immediately Ryuki. You know what I mean? Like absolutely Ryuki through and through. So well fucking done and well worth it. I'm glad you got this goal accomplished, and I'm definitely ready to see more. So well fucking done, my friend. With that said, huge shout out to Ryuki. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you go sub to Ryuki's channel. They're literally 8 subaroonies away from 240. Let's fucking go. That's a great milestone. And of course, make sure you follow Ryuki on Twitter. Literally 2 away from 220. That is a great milestone as well. 220, man. Let's go, baby. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 170 subaroonies on the main channel. So make sure you go check out the main channel and show us some love. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So make sure you go check that out. If you already have, you drop them likes, drop them comments, all that good stuff. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. And thank you, my friends. Thank you. And I appreciate you personally. I just tweeted the stream out like a degenerate. How we doing, chat? We are well underway and have had a wonderful start to the show. Yeah, no, literally. You're very welcome, Ryuki. Appreciate you. Let's fucking get it, baby. So let's go. Up next, we got the homie and fellow Music Mondays Patreon, SLM. A very, very talented alternative artist that has had a stellar 2023 between drops, visuals, collabs, make more creative junk. Sheesh. Shout out SLM, man. But they submitted a track titled Deserving. After further review, I didn't like the mix on the other thing I submitted, so back to project stuff. Yo, I saw this get retweeted to the account, and I definitely had a good chuckle. For sure. So, boys in chat heavy tonight. Yeah, no, shout out chat. Let's fucking get it, baby. Yeah, I saw this get tweeted, and I thought it just definitely put a smile on my face, man. Definitely put a smile on my face there. But SLM submitted Deserving, and of course, we're gonna pop this open a new tab. Okay, so hold your horses. And of course, damn, have we? What the hell? Okay, hold on. Got lyrics in the description and whatnot. You guys already know how I feel about this piece, but we're totally gonna touch on it again. Shout out Michael Monago. Yeah, okay. Let's get into it. A brand new SLM, Deserving. Let's get into it.
I'm pretty sure I still ain't got what I deserve, and I feel like that's a good thing, but if not, then I'm concerned, because once I give it all I've got, I still could be unheard, but sometimes it probably looks like that's exactly what I preferred. I could probably write a book like, look, this is actually what occurred, but it might still be that my memories are blurred. What am I meant to be as I give in to the absurd? I should go to sleep with time, I should get what I deserve. I've forgotten nearly everything I learned, it's all likely to burn. I wait for the return of the feeling, I watch the hour hand turn, I can't believe it at all. Nature is healing, I saw concern in the leaves right before I would fall forward, forgetting to follow my foot with the other. I'm under the bed, but it might just be under the covers. I play a slow song and record it, I just wrote another. Something's coming, I think I can wait some time to discover.
Legend.
Still learning myself. I think I know, but I don't, and I won't until until what you might call it the moment of truth, when I won't have any proof. Tell me how you feel off the ground and on the roof. Talk, 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 he's usually aloof. Well, he used to be okay with simply living in the loop. Well, I'm usually okay just getting a little bit on the moon. And I might ask for the sun because tomorrow feels like it's coming soon. And I'm trying really hard to be settled by noon. I'm cold like metal, what am I doing? Holding down the pedal like I'm pursuing. Chasing, but I'll get what's coming to me. I'm already facing the right direction. This is something for me. I need some space, give me that. I like protection, and I would like perfection, but I could give up at any second. First, let me check my rear view. What's behind the checkpoint? I couldn't clear it through. The security in my mind locked down when fear's true. I'm knocked down, I need to hear the truth. I need the word, cause I've been feeling stupid. I guess I get what I deserve. I'm full of it, I spill unheard. I'm cool with it, I'm still uncured. A fool with it, take a chance. The third romance will soon visit. Now it's just a question what I plan to do with it. I might have to stay on the move a bit. I feel like I'm okay, but screws loose a bit. Tighten up, what I'm gonna do with it. Is this high enough? Is your grip slipping loose some shit? Would you be kind enough to give me a lift through some shit? Giving me all I need just to prove some shit. I might just need to lose my shit. Trying to impress myself, but that's how I find it. So I guess this helps. So I
What
guess this
the
helps.
fuck?
Guess this helps.
Nah, what? After further review, I didn't like the mix on the other thing. I submitted some back to project stuff. This is like, I love how this wasn't gonna be the submission. What the fuck? Damn, man. Holy shit. The beat switch kind of caught me off guard cuz I was like ready for that like kind of flow and like the poetic SLM to continue. So like I was like, damn. Fuck. Wow. I You know, we've listened to so much SLM. I don't even know if I could rank a top 5 or like think of a top 5. Like I like them all, but this one, wow. This one took me by surprise. Um just on my first listen, like just from like a pure listening perspective, I just wow. Um very cool. Very very fucking cool, I'm not going to lie. Um cuz like that the writing, so much I like about this. But let's break it down. So we're talking about the instrumental, or talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Deserving. So, instrumental, Prod Dead Lighters, SLM, Anthony Floyd. Um, Mix is great. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Vocals sit really, really nice on this. Everything has enough space. Nothing's really fighting for anything. That's kind of like to be expected around an SLM track, though. I can't say I'm fully shocked. Most, if not all, of SLM's tracks always have a real crisp and clean mix. So, no surprise there, but always gotta mention it. Um, I mean, the beat switch up's pretty crazy. Like, because usually they're like, it'll be like two two songs combined into one. So you'll have like deserving and then like undeserving as like the other half. But SLM just kind of snuck this one on us and was like, all right, just deserving. And then like, there's like no indication of a beat switch up here. So I thought that was really cool. Um, but that's kind of like an obvious cop out because like that was definitely a really really sick part of this instrumental. But um, the drums are solid though. The drums are fucking solid now that I think about it. Especially in the second half, the drums are fucking nuts. The overall sound selection is really nice though. Especially with the Mel's and Anthony, just yeah, nah. The overall sound selection was really solid. I feel like that's a slept on part of the song you could probably like overlook. So yeah, probably sound selection, to be honest with you. Definitely sound selection. But the beat switch up was fucking crazy. So sound selection, Shining Star for sure. Instrumental solid. Let's talk vocals. Let's talk vocals. Um, Mix was great, crisp, clean. Vocals sit nice on the instrumental. Everything cuts through nicely. Nothing clashing to overbearing at all. Again, much like the instrumental, you can always count on SLM for that. Um, so yeah, mix is very clean when it comes to vocals. I like the mix a lot. Um, if this isn't some of the most fucking like the wordplay and like the so SLM has some of my favorite writing that I've seen in a while. I mean, like most people don't have lyrics and description or things like that. So most um most pieces of writing aren't in front of me when I'm listening to a lot of tracks, right? But as far as like SLM goes, when we're on the subject of SLM, 100% some of my favorite writing because this is just fucking nuts. Like it's like a crazy ass line between like poetry and like pure like what like all the greatest parts of like rap are. You know what I mean? But like the whole like lyrical and like content subject matter is like super personal and like you're almost like putting the pieces together lightly in your head. Um some of this writing is it's just fucking great. It's just great, you know what I mean? It's like deep, but it's not too deep as to where it's like overly emotional. And again, that's not saying like being overly emotional is bad or blah 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 blah. That's not what I'm saying because that's very much a good thing. Um, but for this track in question, this is just one that like teeters on that line. You know what I mean? And it's like, damn, that shit'll make you think for sure. Um, flow and cadence is a close second, especially in the second half. But the writing all day, the writing's fucking crazy on this. The writing is absolutely crazy on this. Totally the shining star, for sure. Um, instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme. Um, aesthetics. You guys know how I feel about this piece. For those of you that have seen me spoke about this before, or speak, I should say. But as far as this goes, totally project worthy. Writing is definitely fire. Oh no, 100%. Um, totally project worthy, like for sure. Um, and the more we get to listen to tracks off this album, and the more we get to really dive into this project, track by track, week by week, um, the more I kind of see why you choose this. Um, and especially like the color palette here just totally matches like SLM in like the craziest way. So like I like not only the color palette but just the watercolors. Um, the overall, um, the overall concept of this image is already dope. So to like kind of like put it behind a project is very meaningful, and I always thought it was like a good choice either way. You know, um, so definitely a solid choice when it comes to like being project worthy, in my opinion. Um, overall theme is like you could like you could like really break it down, but the fact that it's titled deserving and SLM is kind of discussing a couple of like like there's just a couple of lines in here that a lot of people can relate to in relation to like deserving things in life, relating to deserving things or not deserving things, or like should you or should you not. There's a lot of that kind of question mark um feeling in this track, but in like a good way because like like even just the opening line, I'm pretty sure I still ain't got what I deserve, and I feel like that's a good thing. But if it's not, then I'm concerned. Like so, like that kind of like speaks for this whole track to me as a listener. Like another listener could get a couple things from this, but I feel like SLM kind of hit the mark when it comes to that feeling of wanting more, but like also deserving more. You know what I mean? It's like that power struggle. Um, and then like there are so many other ways you could also take that though. You know what I mean? This is one of those tracks where like it'll never get old. And then on top of it, you can kind of like enjoy like the musical elements of it. So not only does this song have like a shit ton of meaning, on the surface it's like so easy to understand. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to like You don't have to decipher this at all, you know? But then again, like if you think about it, it can be even deeper than what you initially thought. So, with that said, a huge shout out to SLM. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much love. Make sure you follow SLM on SoundCloud. Literally 9 away from 60. And of course, make sure you follow SLM on Twitter. Literally 4 away from 330. Go show SLM some love on the Bird app, man. Dang. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you're subscribed to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 170 subaroonies on the main channel. Huge shout out to everybody that already has subbed to the main channel. I see you guys dropping likes, dropping comments. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. And if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week, man. Every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, tips and tricks. A whole lot of good stuff's available over there. So go check out the channel and drop a sub if you're interested. Let's fucking get it, chat. Crazy ass start to the night. Crazy ass start to the night, man. Wow. Okay. So, up next we have another Patreon on our list tonight. I believe. Yeah, how many did we do? Oh yeah, so we did Cole, we did Ryuki, we did SLM, and then up next for our Patreon list we have the homie King Mark, man. Now, again, King Mark has been going crazy with visuals, dropping singles, their project at the top of the year. Mark has really been putting in the work, 100%. Very, very, very talented alternative pop artist. They submitted something a bit different this week, though. La homie, so we put him on. So it seems to me that Mark is coming through here tonight with a submission for one of his homies, which we love to see. I was even gonna talk about this for a second before we even got into this, like kind of just like one of those things that like you like don't see a lot of people do, and just one of those things that's like, you know, like not only is Mark a Music Mondays Patreon, right? So Mark's using the fast pass to put somebody else on, which I think is even crazier. But even to just kind of, you know, be as consistent as Mark is with submitting to the show and things like that. This will be like the second time I can think of where Mark has kind of came out the cut and really gave somebody an opportunity here on the show. You know what I mean? So I think that's like really, really fire. You know what I mean? So let's get into it. We have King Mark's homie, Just a Stage, and their track Daydreamer featuring Benji. Rod Benji. Okay, shout out Benji. Self-titled debut single featuring Benji. Early release of Daydreamer EP coming 2022. Produced by Okay. Dang. We got the solo track. Okay. Yeah. Let's get into it. Just a Sage, Daydreamer. Aussie hip hop. Shout out all the Aussie homies, man.
You think you flexin' G? Chill out, it's no biggie. Let's keep it juicy, I'm letting loose like Wizzy in the booth, it's a doozy. Split the beat like fruit in a smoothie. Just a Sage, Benji, and Lucy. We damn smooth, that's a clean hit. Like Cypress hitting smelly green shit. We making hits, then we gonna make the cream quick. Been thinking big since I was knee-high kicking. A poor and dangerous kid just trying to get by living. Shorty, let me tell you about my only vice. It's got to do with lots of money, so the money's on my mind. Dreaming of drinking juice with the rich and famous, like scribe on the grind. Not for your 2 cents, that's right, the sky's the limit. Almost 25 in my prime with blessed rhymes, making trends and ends. Brain creating content that I dispense with ease, making bread to my tapes celebrated in the west, east side, Sydney to Budapest. Just a rough sketch, ain't quite living in the limelight. Yeah, my future's looking bright, blessed Rolexes, private jets, expensive cars, menage a trois, raise the bar with tech. Infect you like SARS, yeah, I put you in a stretcher. My lines will leave you shook like an etcher sketcher. Hooked like cocaine, I got you jumping. When you're bumping my tunes, music's pumping through your veins. My dope rhymes, blurred minds like mescaline. With guerrilla warfare, I'm leaving nothing but a skeleton. With my weaponized phrase and wise ways, I freshen up a jam session. The verbal stage like a kid hitting trains with spray can obsession.
From the AM to the PM, just plays, copy DM, can't you see him? Tough days, dodge a DM, shit I be on, cut ways, double green, that we be on the same page, fuck your feeling, take your healing, off stage, go to BM, or your BM, engraved, try believing, not believing, not saved, hard to catch it when you chase. From the AM, pulling back the curtain, see I'm ready for the days end. Running out of decency, keep flipping on what they said. They lose and know their secrecy. I'm real, I can't change it.
Hey, it ain't about just making that dough, self-expression. It motivates me to grow. Ignite until the mic and your headphones broke. Fighting day and night, trying to cope. Dimming lights in a telescope. Got a better scope now when it's dope. Kicking on the down low, gripping the mic, hitting flows. Enlightened by the rhythm, no slipping. It's do or die, so I'ma get high while you snitches tripping. I stay dripping, it's fully sick like a stick to a stoner. One hit and you're a goner. Cause what I spit's like a goal. Kicks by Maradona. About to supernova like I'm ready to flip. Blast my bars, texture, you ain't ready for this. Gifted wordsmith when I'm in the lab like Dexter. Got them honeys coming like honeybees to my nectar quick. Honeys be coming around whatever the weather. Like the sounds electromagnetic. Brain penetration, mutation to an addict. Didn't like hip hop, but now you all about it. All about the grind, you ain't never need to doubt it. Playing the game, never routed. My mind stays clouded with fans saying my name. Ayy, from the AM to the PM, thought train with no stops. Laser beam pointer, red dot, picture painter. Make your brain pop, face it. Game is what we got a roof, we gonna raise it. Chasing dreams now, all we need is patience. Caution, cause this is just a taste of it. Yeah, what, yo, this is just a taste of it.
Jesus.
Yeah, what, yo, this is just a taste of it. Yeah, what, yo, this is just a taste.
From the AM to the PM, just plays, copy DM, can't you see him? Tough days,
Fuck.
such a DM, shit I be on, cut ways, double green, that we be on the same page, fuck your feeling, take your healing, off stage, go to BM, or your BM, engraved, try believing, not saved, hard to catch it when you chase. From the AM, pulling back the curtain, see I'm ready for the days end. Running out of decency, keep flipping on what they said. They lose and know their secrecy. I'm real, I can't change it.
Okay, so this was fucking nuts for quite a few reasons, and also shout out to all the Australian homies out there. Got a lot of friends out in Australia, so very, very, very fucking cool. We don't get to react to a lot of Australian artists for sure, but man, like one track, and this is the one track you have. That's really fucking crazy. You know what I mean? Like that's really, really fucking crazy. Just because you can tell. Thanks, bro. You're very welcome. Poppington City definitely. Worked so hard on this track, and you can tell, like it shows. Like the quality is immaculate. You know what I mean? Like like on quality, like if we're talking purely quality, right? This is a 10 out of 10. You know what I mean? And like we don't even talk about ratings here on the show. Like we don't do that, but quality alone, this is just like everything you'd want in a mix, in writing, in delivery, in fuck. Yeah. So like shit. So let's break it down. So we're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Daydreamer. So the instrumental is kind of like It's really interesting. The mix is solid. I love the instrumental mix. It fucking knocks. Nothing clashing to overbearing. The instrumental mix is fucking great. Um, so the mix is very solid, but there's like because there is a boom bap tag, and then it's almost like fast paced as well. Like it has a bit of like a fast paced feel to it. So like that's the other part of this is like it's very much like in your face, very much like high energy kind of hip hop as well. Like it's very much not like that slow like boom bap that's like no, like this is definitely like gonna make you want to get up and move, but it's just as hard as like that like real like organic hip hop. You know what I mean? So there's like a real kind of like blending of styles going on here when it comes to this instrumental, which is like really really crazy. Um so yeah, couple things I really like about this a lot. Um, but again, drums are solid. The melody's super prominent. Um, but I do like the drum selection. Probably melody, to be honest with you. I like the melody a lot, and it's definitely like very rememberable to me. So the melody, as far as the instrumental goes, probably is a shining star for sure. Um, so the instrumental solid. Stock vocals. Um, Gotta shout out Benji too. Yeah, huge shout out to Benji, man. I mean, Prod Benji, feature Benji, did a lot of work. Especially as far as the instrumental goes, Benji did a really, really fucking good job. Um, Damn. Okay, so vocals are great. Especially when you consider the mix. Really, really, really fucking well done. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Vocals sit really, really nice. Everything cuts through nicely as well. You couldn't say anything bad about this mix whatsoever, to be honest with you. If it sounds great on headphones, it probably sounds amazing in a car. Especially like right here. Oh man, hell yeah. Um, so yeah, vocal mix is stellar, especially for both Sage and Benji. I feel like Benji brought like a really cool, like different element to this track that really just added more like kind of like fast paced, high energy, but it also like it was just a slight like just a different element. Made you like it just structured the track in a more interesting way. And I think I think that's one thing I really like about this is like the overall structure. Like it wasn't your traditional structure when it comes to like hook verse kind of deal. Like it was definitely like a different kind of structure for sure. So I like the unique approach there as well. Again, both kind of really killed writing. I want to go in the aspect of writing, especially off rip. Like this song starts off like so fucking hot. Like right off the rip, like you're getting like bar after bar, punchline after punchline, and like it's not like bullshit lyrical content either. Like you're getting like a lot. So it's like fuck. Yeah, probably writing. If I'm being honest with you, writing's got to be the shining star here. But delivery is also another kind of um underrated aspect of this just because again it is Sage's first track, so like delivery and like flow and cadence are like really on point here, especially when you consider like this is like their only track. So like the fact that this is like what they came out with was like wow, like everything was like very much on point for like this when you consider it being like a first track. It's like holy shit. So that's another like really like redeeming aspect of this is like it's 100% like um one of those tracks that you're like wow like y- like you've either been making music for like a couple years or like you just worked your ass off for this, and like Sage said, they worked very hard, so it's like fuck, you can tell, you know what I mean, because it shows. So but yeah, yeah, definitely. So instrumental solid, vocal solid, definitely writing. let's talk theme. So aesthetics. I like the cover a lot, to be honest with you. It's like not too simple, but it's not too overdrawn either. I like the font. Justice Sage, Prod Benji, Daydreamer, Sage in the bottom left. Kind of have like the skyline like super faded in the background, so like you can like make like the text pop more. I like a lot of these aspects of this, you know what I mean? So yeah. Yeah, cover definitely fits, especially for a single, but realistically, like you could go back and like restructure that for like the project if you really wanted, or just make a similar version, you know? So yeah, aesthetics on point, but let's talk overall theme. So Daydreamer. A couple kind of aspects in this kind of points to the Daydreamer track title, which is like you can like kind of see like where the inspiration came from for that. But at the same time, like I feel like this is like a really cool like first track title just because like Sage like had like an open field of like what they wanted to talk about as far as like, you know, goals they wanted to hit, things that they've already accomplished, things that they will or won't do, things that they fuck with or just don't fuck with. You know what I mean? So like Daydreamer was like a really good way to like cap off like the future and like the rest of this project, you know what I mean? So I definitely enjoy the like lighter kind of aspect of this theme a lot. With that said, huge shout out to King Mark and Sage. Make sure you follow Sage, man. Literally 4 follows away from 20, a great milestone. And of course, make sure you follow King Mark on Twitter. Mark is literally 9 followers away from 300, my friends. Also a great milestone. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube rate upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, man. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the main channel. So make sure you go show these artists and the main channel some love. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. And of course, again, if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week, my friends. Come on now, give me the program. Shout out Sage. Thanks, bro. Appreciate your comments. Good to hear. Very, very welcome, my friend. Thank you for your submission. Huge shout out to Mark for putting us on here on the Music Mondays podcast. Yeah, huge shout out to Mark, man. Let's go, baby. That was quite the gem there, now wasn't it? To be honest with you, that was some pretty rare shit. If we're being completely fucking honest, because damn, Mark just came out the woodwork like that. Offspring Mysterious. Happy birthday to me. Damn, happy birthday, Offspring. Shit, was it May? Was it May? Or is it today? Is today's Offspring's birthday? Oh shit, it was yesterday. Happy belated Offspring. Let's get it, baby. But I think this will be our last Patreon of the night. I believe so. Yep, we got through Mark, we got through SLM, we got through Ryuki. We got through Cole. Yep. So no Blank Dot this week, and we have an anonymous Patreon as well. So if you are the anonymous Patreon, feel free to speak up, or I'll send you a message. But I don't think there are any of these people. So, last Patreon of the night, chat. Let's fucking get into it. Up next, we have the homie TDG, a wonderful alternative hip hop artist. Again, that has had a great 2023. They submitted a track titled Drawing Conclusions and Making Illusions. Is it me? Prod me, mixed by me, old yet pure. Old yet pure, you say? Okay. We've had a lot of crazy releases from TDG over the last couple weeks, from kind of older stuff to a lot of newer, unreleased kind of stuff as well. So I'm definitely excited to get into this. But mixed by me, prod me. Okay. Let's get into it. TDG, Drawing Conclusions. Here's a waveform. Imagination, I like imagine fairy tales filled with magic. I can get the curtain and I'm happy and then make it happen. Yeah. Drawing conclusions with illusions. What am I doing?
knows, far from home, nowhere's close, trapped in flow, seems to be no antidote. Looking for hope, need a sign, what's the code? Please answer the phone. Too many questions arose and the lessons are known. Days pass, I erode, actions ripple, lose control.
Okay.
Imagination, I like to imagine fairy tales filled with magic. I can beat the kraken and a happy ending, make it happen. Yeah, drawing conclusions with illusions. What am I doing? It confusing what the truth is. Yeah, wow.
Damn, so that was a pretty crazy outro as well. Okay, let's break this one down because that was definitely a more unique TDG track. But like, that's what TDG's really been known for here on the show, and you could, you know, this isn't exactly brand new, but it's not exactly old either. So, let's get into it. With that said, we're gonna talk about three things: talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Drawing Conclusions. So, let's talk instrumental. Like, you can't get any more like experimental without going like super overboard. And TDG, like, I feel like hits that experimental like aspect of instrumentals, and especially hip hop instrumentals, like right to a T. Like, for sure. Like, I feel like TDG just like knows how to like push that ceiling, but also like knows what they want like as an artist as well. But this one kind of like brings like a more euphoric, kind of like chill, almost dreamlike kind of vibe as well. Definitely a slight kind of dreamlike, little bit of a like almost psychedelic vibe is what I want to say. Definitely almost like a psychedelic vibe, like 100%. Um, but before we get into that anymore, mix is solid. Nothing glashing too overbearing. I definitely like the mix a lot, especially when it comes to the instrumental itself. The mix is great. Um, I feel like that melody is super rememberable to me. I feel like this melody kind of like gives it this very much psychedelic, euphoric feeling. Drums are very hard hitting, and I like the drum selection itself. But all in all, I definitely feel like the melody here like brings that very much psychedelic, euphoric vibe that makes up this track. So definitely the melody is a shining star when it comes to instrumental. Um, let's talk vocals. So, mix is solid too, especially for mixed by me. Yeah, so shit, TDG doing a little bit of mixing on this track here. Definitely solid. Um, pretty well rounded. You know what I mean? Especially for somebody that doesn't like regularly like mix their own vocals. Solid. You know. Especially I like the way that they sit. Everything kind of cuts through nicely as well. Drums cut through. Everything's solid on that end. Um, Writing is really something to behold here, but I like the flow and cadence towards the end as well. Um, Delivery is pretty solid too, but I feel like writing's definitely like one thing you could always come back to this track for. So definitely writing's got to be the shining star when it comes to vocals, 100%. And I just like the overall structure as well. Definitely has that like cipher kind of like anthem almost, I guess, kind of something like that. You know what I mean? It definitely has one of those like not freestyle, but definitely more cipher kind of feel, for sure, for sure. Um, so instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme. So cover art definitely kind of like goes with like what this song makes you feel. 100% has that like psychedelic, like just like in a trance, super like euphoric, like yeah, no, this definitely nails it, and especially like the text on here too, like the big TDG and then the drawing conclusions at the bottom. Like I feel like this like nailed it, especially for a single cover. Perfect. Um, well done. I definitely like the aesthetics here for sure. Um, overall theme, TDG definitely touches a little bit on like drawing conclusions yourself and like kind of like drawing conclusions. Almost in the aspect of like kind of like have to sometimes like make up your own answers or like make up your own endings or decisions or it's very much the very literal meaning of drawing conclusions. You know what I mean? So like the good aspects of it and the not so good aspects of it. So I definitely feel like TDG like perfectly balanced both here, and then kind of fit enough like lyrical content in between for, again, like you to just have enough substance and meaning to go back to. You know what I mean? So this is a really cool like again freestyle kind of like cipher style track from TDG that like could easily be slept on if you don't go searching for it. So with that said, huge shout out to TDG. Much love, my friend. Make sure you go follow TDG on SoundCloud, literally 5 away from 980. And of course, make sure you follow TDG on Twitter, literally 8 follows away from 160. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. Approaching 170 sub-earnies on the main channel. Make sure you go subscribe if you haven't already, man. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, undergrad tips and tricks, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel, man. So make sure you go check out the channel if you haven't already. And if you have, we thank you. I see you guys dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. We appreciate you. Mondays, man. So, with that said, huge shout out to all of our Music Mondays Patreons. Huge shout out to Cole Gerard, SLM, TDG, Blake Dot, Ryuki, King Mark, and anybody else that didn't submit, and TDG as well, that is not a Music Mondays Patreon. And, or maybe you are a Patreon, but you just didn't submit tonight. Thank you. We appreciate you. But that does it for all the Patreon homies. So with that said, we're going to go into our community submissions, my friends. You guys know the deal. Let's get into it. Up first, we have I believe, a first-time submitting artist, Signal In. I believe we've put Signal In on a SoundCloud Sunday? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we've had Signal In on SoundCloud Sunday before, but. This will be the first time that we feature them here on the show. Would love to know your thoughts on this song from my emo-ish post-rock band. Okay. So I got the homie Signal In, and they submitted a track titled Allure from apparently their band, Stay There. That's a sick fucking name, actually. They put out a project titled Stay There. Okay, that's cool. Born in 2019, Memphis-based band Stay There aims to combine elements of alternative rock and post-rock. The group consists of bandmates Manny. Oh damn! Hold on. About to whisper and currently Signal In. Tyler 6. Okay, so okay. So pretty low key. Okay. All right, they submitted their track Allure. Let's get into it. First time submitting artist, Stay There. Okay.
If I could see all the wreckage, maybe we'll make it out finally breathe.
This is fucking fire. Jesus. Come on, man. Like, what the fuck? That was insane. That was like really, really insane. There's a couple of things I want to talk about here. So, you guys know the drill. That was quite the first time submission though, because holy fucking hell, man. Damn. Yeah, definitely big damn. I agree. I definitely agree. Okay, so alrighty, chat. Let's break this one down. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Allure. So, man. So let's talk instrumental. The instrumental itself, really, really well done. Mix is solid, nothing clashing too overbearing as far as the instrumental goes. I like how everything like really fucking knocks, like really knocks. Um, it's one of those kinds of things where like these instrumentals can be like insanely hard to mix for sure if not only like you don't know what you're doing, but at the same time they can just be really easy off rip, and then like sometimes again they can be just a real fucking pain. So as far as the instrumental goes, I like the mix a lot for sure. um so many things I like about this whole track, but the structure is really fucking crazy, especially like some of the smaller things like the breakdowns and like some of the like more like real like intricate parts of this track like really make this like really make this. And I think it starts with the instrumental itself, you know what I mean? Like I think a lot of that really does start with the so the instrumental structure is like a huge underrated part here. um so definitely structure when it comes to the instrumental. um let's talk vocals though. Vocals. So I love the delivery, I love the writing. The one thing that again could be like a creative thing, you know what I mean? Could be like a whole like just it's just creative liberty. I would have liked to see the vocals be a little bit more even with the instrumental. I felt like they were like directly like under the instrumental, and it could be just a matter of like switching where they are on your DAW rather than you even touching the mix, because sometimes that can like really affect things as well. So yeah, I would have liked to see the vocals like be raised like just a tad. But again, like that's kind of like one of those things where like that's a creative liberty thing. Like they could have very much well like mixed these vocals like this on purpose. You know what I mean? So that's, you know, that's why we don't like dive into mixes like too hard, because it's also like a creative thing, you know what I mean? It's a very much a creative liberty thing. That's why that's important. But other than that, the mix is solid. I like the way they sit on the vocals for sure. Nothing clashing too overbearing. I like the delivery a lot though. Again, the delivery is like a huge part of this. Um, hmm. Shining Star though. Again, like the structure is fucking crazy. like especially like the outro. But the writing was really solid too. The writing was really really solid too. But you have to like pay more attention to it as well. Um, but the delivery was really there. Yeah, I'm gonna say delivery because the delivery was stellar. The delivery was very emotional and passionate. I definitely liked the delivery a lot. Um, Definitely the shining star when it comes to vocals for sure. Um, the stock theme. So, aesthetics, excellent fucking project cover for sure, especially for like a self-titled "Stay There" kind of like project. You take like a foliage kind of cover, you do some light editing, you do the "Stay There" text. This is fire, 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 fire. 10 out of 10 for me. I love project covers like this. Uh, Most of you guys know that, but again, simple, does the job, and totally album worthy in my opinion. Um, Overall theme, Allure could kind of relate to a couple of lines in the overall track and maybe even in the hook. But it could also have more greater meaning to like the overall project of the self-titled album Stay There. So there's a couple of ways you can interpret this track, but nonetheless it's definitely like one of the more emotional tracks on the album, I bet. Um but who knows? They all could be, you know. Um but I definitely feel like this theme was on point, especially when you consider like the whole project. Like definitely feel like this was on point when it comes to like a theme for sure. It's all on the hook, and it definitely like touched on a different aspect of the phrase and word allure. Um, but again, I also have a strong feeling that it's in relation to the whole project Stay There rather than like relating to the song itself allure. Probably more for the project than it is the song. You know? So either way, with that said, huge shout out to Stay There and Signal. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Make sure you follow Stay There on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Signal Twitter. Signal is literally 3 followers away from 50. That's a great milestone. Huge shout out to Signal. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So, with that said, make sure you go sub to the channel, man. And if you already have, thank you. We see you dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. And with that said, we have reached the 2 hour mark of the show. So we're about halfway through the show. Huge shout out to everybody that has tuned in and showed love so far. We appreciate you. Thank you, my friends. But we are going to take a quick commercial break. I need all of you guys to get up, go get a snack, go get a drink, go get whatever you need to get. Maybe you need to go take a smoke break. Maybe you got to go, go get a little Hot Pocket or something. I don't know. You could be doing whatever you're doing, all right? But with that said, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with Music Mondays, episode 123. ladies and gentlemen. We are back here live with the Music on Mondays podcast, episode 123. I hope you're well. I hope you're chilling. What's going down? Let's get right back into our community submissions. Huge shout out to anybody who's sticking with the late night crew. But what did you want? We left off with the homie signaling. Huge shout out to them for their submission. But up next, we got the homie Thomas Marcus, and they submitted Sunset Pearl. Thomas is a very, very talented alternative lo-fi kind of producer that really follows a very interesting code of ethics when it comes to really really treating themselves like an artist when it comes to being a producer, and really taking themselves seriously and not really being worried about vocalists and things like that. Thomas is along the lines of those producers that actually care about their platform and want to release instrumentals regardless, and know that they have a message to speak, even though they create instrumentals. You know what I mean? So, huge shout out to Thomas, man. But with that said, they submitted Sunset Pearl 5 days ago, brand spanking new. Let's get into it. Thomas Marcus, Sunset Pearl. I like the structure on this a lot. Okay, Thomas. Okay. Let's fucking get it, baby. Thomas came through with a quick little banger here. This one was like very much like structured in the form of there being a vocalist on this, which I found kind of interesting, right? I definitely feel like that was like, okay, like this was it wasn't like repetitive whatsoever, but it was definitely like structured in the way that a vocalist would be able to hop on this with like real ease, right? So that's one thing about this that I noticed for sure. But no vocals, so we're gonna talk about two things. We're talking about the instrumental and talk about the overall theme of Sunset Pearl. So, boy, oh boy, oh boy, Sunset Pearl. So, again, this one was minimalistic, but it was really well done. So when it comes to the instrumental mix, very solid. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Melodies were great. Everything kind of has its own space. Everything cuts through nicely. Everything about this mix is really solid. And it's not too often we have to really mention anything about Thomas's mix. Thomas always has a really crispy, well-rounded mix, like 100% for sure, for sure. So the mix is solid, instrumental speaking, right? Um, but when it comes to the Shining Star, I do want to say structure just because there was a lot of room for this instrumental to breathe, right? It wasn't just constant drums. There was a lot of space in here, which I liked a lot. I definitely feel like Thomas like put enough effort into structure for sure. But I do like the mells a lot. And the drums were kind of unique as well. Gave it that like a bit I guess like lo-fi kind of vibe. Um but it was a bit like laid back as well. I'm gonna have to say structure though. I really like the structure just because the beat was able to like breathe for a bit and everything was kind of chill. So definitely the structure for sure. Overall theme, aesthetics. I mean, come on, no brainer on the cover. Realistically, like when you consider not only the track title but like kind of like how this song like really makes you feel. I definitely feel like Sunset Pearl was like a whole theme that almost like really created itself, and the aesthetics are just on point. Minimalistic but does the job, and then you have the Thomas Marcus watermark in the bottom left. You know what I mean? So it's like again, kind of a no brainer. Um, the overall theme, Sunset Pearl, I definitely do feel like it is one of those kind of like um peaceful, walking on the beach, end of the day, like evening kind of tracks that like they're like emotional, but like they're not too emotional, and it definitely reminds you of a sunset for sure. So again, that's kind of like where the aesthetics come in and really complement the rest of the track. So I definitely feel like Thomas did a really good job when it comes to the theme. Sure. So with that said, huge shout out to Thomas Marcus. Thank you for the submission, my friend. Much, much love. Make sure you follow Thomas on YouTube, approaching 1.1k subroonies on there. And of course, make sure you follow Thomas on Twitter. Literally 9 away from 50 followers on the bird. So make sure you go show Thomas some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube. So make sure you subscribe, again, if you haven't already. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, underground tips and tricks, a whole lot of good stuff, man. So go show the channel some love. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you. And we see you. And thank you. So, with that said, chat, let's continue on, man. Let's continue on. Such an interesting night, right? Because our Patreons came through and killed it, and then, we started off with a band from the community submissions, and that was a fucking banger. So it has just been really consistent, really, really consistent. But with that said, up next we got the homie Flux. Always appreciate seeing your reaction. And Flux submitted Truth. Now, many of you know Flux from the previous couple of weeks, but again, me and Flux have had quite the history as well. So definitely somebody I'm familiar with inside of music and slightly outside of music as well. So very, very talented alternative artists. They submitted again Truth. Let's pop this open in a new tab and see what we got here, chap. Cover's actually crazy. I believe this is this is brand new. From the single Truth. Oh shit, so Truth Nightcore, Truth Instrumental. Oh shit. We got a couple of different versions here. Okay. But of course we have the original version right here. So let's get into it. Flux Truth.
Trust me, I'll take you by the hand. We can ride off into the sunset. I beg if you remember what I said. We can take the world in the palm of our hand. Again and again,
What
I'm
the
falling
fuck?
in love with you. From day one, know you got something to prove. Running and gunning, doing what you gotta do. When I'm gone, remember it's the truth.
I like the outro a lot too. Okay, Flux coming through with the fucking heat, man, because I mean, I don't know what I was expecting, but that definitely exceeded expectations for sure. I love the alternative vibe on this a lot. And it has like a couple different elements of like pop too, and it's just like that alternative pop vibe. It gets a little fast paced and the drops and lots of things here like are really fucking solid. So let's break this down. So we're talking about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Truth. So, let's talk instrumental because this is a heavyweight in this track for sure. The instrumental is damn near a feature because it's like it's just that good. It's just 100% that good. And I assume Prod Flux, but if not, shout out whoever produced this. But I have a big hunch that it is Flux for sure. So mix is very solid. Nothing clashing to overbearing. I like the way the fucking bass and the 808s hit. I like the way the drums fucking hit. Um, Everything cuts through nicely. I like the instrumental mix for sure. No question. Super crisp. Um, the structure is so fucking good on this instrumental. It's crazy, but I love the drum selection as well. Like I feel like if one or two drums were off on this, it could have had a whole different vibe. But like every drum was really selected perfectly here, so I do like the drum selection. That's like a pretty underrated part of this. Structure really is fucking crazy though. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like structure is definitely really crazy. So, um, yeah, I'm gonna have to go with structure when it comes to this instrumental for sure. I definitely like the melody too, but the structure just gave this everything. You know what I mean? It really gave this everything. So the instrumental solid. Let's talk vocals. Hmm. So the vocal mix was great too. Um, Everything sits nicely. Everything cuts through nicely. Nothing clashing too overbearing. I like the overall vocal mix like itself too. Like I feel like the mix itself was like really fucking solid. So yeah, definitely vocal mix was like on point. Hmm. So there's a couple things I'm considering for the Shining Star here. Um, the writing was really great, but the delivery and the flow and cadence was like really fucking solid here. Like it gave it that like a melodic yet like spoken element that it needed. Like so the delivery, man, I don't know, the delivery is right up there for me. It definitely is. But the writing was like simple enough and like really like honest enough too. You know what I mean? It was very much honest writing. So that's the other aspect of this is like it was definitely like this was a track that came from the heart, if you will. So yeah, Because like the structure, man, the structure is like so good when it like you consider the vocals as well. Because like the instrumental structure was really solid, but when you consider the vocals and like sort of like the outro of this track and like the later half, it's like fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with writing, but a lot of those are like such a close second. Writing is just like it's just making the song like super meaningful to me, so that's why I want to make sure writing gets noticed here. Definitely writing for sure. Um, let's talk theme. So, aesthetics. This cover super simple, but very much like in the Flux kind of style as well. Flux tends to gravitate towards this like purple, gray, white-ish kind of theme here. I mean, of course not every cover's like that, right? I mean, you'll see a few here that are like different, but for the most part, Flux tends to gravitate towards that color palette, which I think is sick. And this one, it has, of course, that real life element to it, a little bit of foliage, a little bit of kind of like the cold aspect of this song as well. So I do feel like this is an appropriate cover for a song like this. Uh, like it just hit the mark for me for sure, especially on like first impressions. Definitely hit the mark. Um, overall theme, truth. I mean, man, definitely a theme like you could relate to if you really like dig deep into these lyrics, and then overall like you could just enjoy this song for like what it is as well, because it definitely is like it's not like an emotional ballad, but it's definitely a track that like uh is Flux just being honest, you know what I mean, but just really like getting their words out in like such a really like healthy way, you know what I mean. And again, kind of like one of the like greater aspects of music is being able to do shit like this. But when it comes to songs like this, I definitely feel like it's a lot easier for first time listeners or even regular listeners uh to be able to relate to shit like this. You know what I mean? So I definitely feel like the theme was on point when it comes to not only like being able to understand like Flux's message here, but also just kind of like relatability as well. So well done. Huge shout out to Flux. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Flux on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Flux on Twitter. Flux is approaching 2.4 on Twitter, literally 7 away from 2.4 on the bird, man. So make sure you go show Flux some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. We're approaching 170 subscribers on the Music Mondays main channel, my friends. So make sure you go show some love over there if you haven't already. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, underground tips and tricks, and a whole lot of good stuff's available over there on the main channel. So go show these artists and the main channel some love. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. So let's fucking get it, chat. Kind of a crazy night so far. Like these submissions, man, these submissions are kind of like knocking it out for me. This might be one of the like more like consistent episodes of Music Mondays we've had in not even quite some time. I feel like the last like couple of weeks have definitely been like for sure up there. They've definitely been for sure up there. 2023 as a whole, to be honest. But with that said, let's continue on. Huge shout out to Flux, man. Up next, we got the homie Just Woes. Got a new one for you to check out. Let's fucking get it. So Just Woes, a very talented underground independent hip hop artist. Definitely very versatile as well. Shit, even in the direction of alternative, because we've heard Just Woes kind of take an R&B route. We've heard them take straight hip hop routes. So Just Woes is definitely very versatile when it comes to the music that they create. Um, they submitted a track titled "Things I Said versus What I Did," and I assume brand new. May 17th. Yeah, literally like little over a week. Yeah. See, Just Woes, yep. Called is crazy for sure. Okay, so Cover art goes kind of hard here too. But let's get into it, chat. Just Woes, Things I Said versus What I Did.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Da 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 da. Always had a knack for the cause. Stand tall for it, spoke up and wrote my name on the wall. I'm jumping off the porch tomorrow, waking up feeling off. Pop a smoke in the morning, options wane like the moon. New philosophy, I learned it just by watching the tube. Listen, I aim to get rich. I don't know about you, that's what they say. I sit back, watch them lose. Solemn attitude, saluting all of them that passed through. How could I compare? Inspired by a couple, show others how not to act. Realistic, find my songs in 60 years, hidden artifact. Me, I'm clutch at that. Games inside my head, play them like a gigapad. They claim it's suspicious. It ain't sustainable, then what is it? No balance, like you just went and cut off your left digit. Would chop it up for Christmas. Days is getting shorter, the depression kicking in this. Hig while eating breakaways, no cross needed. Writing late nights, drinking smoke to make it even. Some late night snow is falling, no I don't need it. Always felt the next day shoveling out the storm. About the length of the early hours sitting in the morn. It's getting hollow, like the children of the corn. Some people wanna get out, and others wanna stand around and tour. Desensitized to violent thoughts just leads to blood and gore. Listen here. Ask if I have any energy to spare. Another morning, it felt like they don't care. The things I said, what I did. Listen here. Do you have any energy to share? Another evening feels like they don't care. The things I said, versus what I did. See now, I am line them up single file. Laughed a few times like spinning around a dial. Ball rang off the bat and landed foul. Early hours smoking, fix the day to mend the doubts. Me can't lie, I hit you up hoping to hang out. Last time it was cool, second time you flaked out. Something about your friend in a mental breakdown. World these days is insane, it's good to know you'll hold it down for someone else. It's not just anything that I'll admit, but I'm not like some who flip it and contradict. Play it in their favor, never miss. Reacting with the Baileys, poured in Swiss Miss. Detaching from reality, just scrolling through the mix of it. Reporting mass casualties, the brain isn't equipped for it. Cross it like a list, I'm just ranting out to you. Sorry if I babble, hope this gives you a clue. Listen here. Ask if I have any energy to spare. Another morning, it felt like they don't care. The things I said, what I did. Listen here. Do you have any energy to share? Another evening feels like they don't care. The things I said versus what I did.
Sheesh, okay. So the beat switch in this was like, it's like a nice build up, you know? It was definitely like one of those like I guess like you knew it was coming, but like you still kind of are like, you know what I mean? So like no matter if you like know it's coming or not, it's still one of those that's like really cool still. So, with that said, let's get into it. We're gonna talk about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Things I Said versus What I Did. So, a very interesting kind of concept here, but also very much like a storytelling kind of track as well. So I do feel like this song has like a lot of like just important meaning overall, to be honest with you. So, and not maybe like necessarily to like me or you, but definitely into Just Woes for sure. Definitely one of those that just kind of like feels good to get out for sure. But let's talk instrumental. So instrumental really solid, mix is fucking great, nothing clashing to overbearing at all. Everything cuts through nicely. You know, you can kind of really always expect that at this point with Just Woes. We haven't really found a track yet that I was like, mix is kind of off, whatever. There hasn't really been any whatsoever at all. So, kind of no shocker there, but definitely always want to talk about it, you know. So, instrumental mix very solid. Let's uh I like the melody here a lot, but these drums give it like a real classic hip hop feel for sure. So I'm gonna have to say drums definitely. I definitely feel like the drums bring that kind of like raw hip hop element to this for sure. Um, Definitely one of those that's like um it just feels like more classic, like almost like old school hip hop, but it has like so many modern elements and it's just like so refreshing. So it definitely brings that side of it too. So that's why I say the drums. Definitely the drums for sure. So the instrumental solid. Let's talk vocals. So vocal mix is great. Everything sits nicely, everything cuts through nicely for sure. Um Nothing clashing too overbearing at all. I definitely enjoy this vocal mix. I enjoy Just Woe's mixes in general for everything. Um, Again, not really a shocker. You know what I mean? Definitely something that we've gotten used to over the last couple of weeks for sure. Um, I mean, it's kind of hard not to say writing. I definitely like the flow and the cadence and how everything is delivered as well. Um, but it's kind of hard not to say writing. There was a lot of like really intricate bars here, a lot of personal bars, a lot of like just like really like showing off lyrical skill in this track a lot. But it had a lot of substance to it as well, right? It was um a lot of like personal just woes kind of scenarios and situations you could say. So yeah, writing for sure. Definitely fucking writing. So instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme. So aesthetics. This is a crazy ass cover. I'm not gonna lie. Definitely one of those covers that's like kind of random, but at the same time, like kind of like could have more meaning, just woes than it does like the overall track itself, right? So I definitely feel like it's more in that direction for sure. Um, but regardless, still high quality as well, which is always something you want when it comes to um, you know, any of your covers realistically, but especially in this style. You know what I mean? Definitely. But overall theme, things I said versus what I did. So I feel like this is a concept that is kind of described throughout the whole track, but definitely is better understood after listening. Because if you kind of like take the track title into consideration before you listen, you're not gonna really like fully understand it until like you listen to the song all the way through. You know what I mean? So this is a very intricate, almost like storytelling kind of theme from Just Woes, which I think is really cool. You know what I mean? Because Just Woes kind of like has always had that like storytelling element when it comes to their lyrics, but at the same time they can make a lot of like really simple and like um really just like minimal punchlines, but also punchlines that might go over your head. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of like lyrical prowess like going on here when it comes to Just Woes. But in this track, when it comes to the beat switch and everything that's going down here, it kind of leads me to believe that this is very much a storytelling kind of track. Just Woes definitely was able to get a lot of situations and scenarios and thoughts out during this track, mixed in with the numerous amounts. So well done. So, huge shout out to Just Woes. Make sure you follow Just Woes on Spotify, my friend. And, of course, make sure you follow Just Woes on Twitter as well. They are approaching 1.2 on The Bird, so make sure you go show Just Woes some love. And, of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. Approaching 170 subroutines on the main channel. I think we're about one away from 170. So make sure you go show us some love on the main channel. And of course, every uh, Thursday and Saturday, you can expect brand new uploads on the main channel. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a lot of good stuff is available over there. So go check us out, consider subscribing, and go show these artists some love. And if you have, thank you. We appreciate you here Mondays. But with that said, my friends, continue on. So the homie Cole Gerard, we already took care of. Huge shout out to Cole for subscribing to the Music Mondays Patreon. If you'd like your submissions played first, make sure you go check out the Music Patreon. Subscribe if you're interested. Up next, we got the homie Braden. And man, oh man, oh man. So like the last couple weeks, like all of their submissions have been fucking cooked. So I kind of have a little bit of an anticipation of what this track is going to be like, but you never know. You never know. So, Braden, for those of you that don't know, is a very, very talented alternative vocalist that, man, has some of the most high quality shit that we've reacted to in the last few weeks for sure. Especially as far as like mixes go and things like that. So they submitted their track titled Basic. Let's get into it.
Says he's the GOAT, but his lyrics really I got talent, I'm a hoe. Talk behind my back, why can't you just everybody out here wearing I'm off the gas, I'm suited. Little bitch, I'ma go stupid, yeah. I ain't acting really foolish. I don't just talk, I do it, yeah. Shooting for love like Cupid. Little bro, just stuck in the Thule, yeah. I don't listen to your music. I'm winning while you losing, yeah. Let's be honest, I keep it real. I pull up in an automobile. Bad little bitch got me in my field. See me up just like a remeal. Look at me so much, just take it be real. She give good brain, that shit's unreal. Look at bro's lyrics, like why you gon' steal, yeah. I'm way too baked, bitch, I'm geeking. Bad bitch said she gon' crash for the weekend. Why you mad, why you tweaking? She tryna hit and bitch, we freaked it. We gon' leave his brains leaking. All that clout that you are seeking, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Says he's the GOAT, but his lyrics really I got talent, I'm a hoe. Talk behind my back, why can't you just everybody out here wearing says he's the GOAT, but his lyrics really I got talent, I'm a hoe. Talk behind my back, why can't you just everybody out here wearing
Damn. So this one just fucking hits you. This one just comes in, fucking slams you, and just pieces off because damn. Damn. Okay, so this is a quick one, so let's break it down. Alright, so we're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Basic. So, let's talk instrumental because this is such like a high energy instrumental, and I do feel like the last couple of Braden tracks have definitely been high energy, like alternative kind of pop style instrumentals. Which Braden does really well with. I definitely feel like they have a good eye and a good ear for the instrumentals that they really enjoy. So I definitely feel like this is a solid choice for them. But before we go any further, let's talk about the mix. The mix. So the mix is great. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Drums fucking knock, especially the kick. I definitely like the kick a lot. Yeah, no, the mix is really great. Especially when it comes to like the melodies and stuff. Yeah, no, everything cuts through nicely. The instrumental's solid when it comes to the mix. Shining Star, 100% the drums. I like the melody, but the drums keep up not only the pace, but they knock really hard. And I'm just a sucker for like really like hard knocking drums when it comes to this style of like alternative pop. So definitely the drums, definitely. Hmm. let's talk vocals here. When it comes to vocals, the mix is great. Again, vocals sit nice on the instrumental. Everything cuts through really, really nicely. Nothing clashing too overbearing at all. Everything kind of like has its own space. Nothing's really like fighting for space at all. I definitely feel like the vocal mix is solid when it comes to this track. I like the writing on this, but I definitely feel like the delivery was like super, like it was confident. It had like high energy, just like the instrumental. I definitely feel like the delivery was like on point here. I also like the structure though. Structure is definitely slept on. You could definitely sleep on the structure easily. Sure. But yeah, delivery, 100% delivery for sure, without a doubt. Um, so instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme. You many of you guys know how much of a fan I am of Braden's aesthetic as far as covers go, and many of these tracks are, you know, very similar. You know, you don't have to be like, you know, 1-to-1, like everything kind of just has to be the same, but a lot of these kind of are very much similar, and I feel like Braden definitely has developed like a really solid aesthetic when it comes to like all their tracks for sure. And this one definitely goes right with the collection. Like 100%. 100%. And I just like the simplicity of it, to be honest with you. Like great for singles, great for projects. You could probably make like a really crazy one for a project, honestly. But covers on point for sure. Overall theme basic, right? I mean, talking about other people, artists, vocalists, could be, in this case it's definitely vocalists, um that think, you know, maybe too highly of themselves, or maybe they think you know, X, Y, or Z, and Braden definitely serves some knowledge in this track for sure. And like the thing that I liked about it the most though was like there's like a couple of like surrounding bars that also support that, but at the same time like the whole delivery like throughout the whole song was like very confident. You know what I mean? Like the whole track is like extremely confident. So you totally needed that attitude if you're gonna make a track like this, and I feel like Braden nailed it. So well done. With that said, a huge shout out to Braden. Thank you so much for the submission, man. Much love. Make sure you follow Braden on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Braden on Twitter. They are approaching 30 followers on the Bird app, so make sure you go follow Braden well. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 170 subaroonies on the main channel, so if you haven't, make sure you go sub to the main channel, man. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the main channel. And huge shout out to anybody that already has. Everybody dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. We appreciate you. Thank you, my friend. But with that said, up next, we would have the homie Ashton Blaze, but Ashton does not follow the Music Mondays homepage on Twitter anymore. At the time when they submitted, they did, but they do not anymore. So with that said, feel free to resubmit your track next week, and we'll be happy to go over your submission. Because of course, submissions are free, and that's the only thing that we do ask here on the show, ladies and gents. Just follow the Music Mondays homepage on Twitter before you submit. Because again, it helps grow the community, it helps spread our message, and it helps give respect to everybody else that does follow Music Mondays and wait for their submissions to get reacted to. And of course, if you'd like your submissions to be played first every week on the show, feel free to go check out our Patreon as well. But with that said, let's continue on. Up next, we got the homie Filter. We have been reacting to a lot of crazy ass bangers from Filter. They've definitely given us a run for our money as far as like surprising, like not only myself, but just the show in general, to be honest with you. So I'm definitely excited to get into this. A very much alternative pop artist. And they submitted a track titled Lonely Nights, missing a lot of stuff in verse. Okay. Oh, so it's on the Documo account. All right, I got it. I got it. Sorry for the depressing music lately. I just been feeling down lately. It's all good, yo. You gotta fucking gotta get it out somehow. And what do you like? You guys know I always say that shit on the show, man. Like fuck. You know what I mean? Like it's like the most healthiest way to be able to get a lot of this shit out. So, um, sad music is always welcome here, for sure. But with that said, Filter, Lonely Nights.
You divisions, that don't know shit about digits. That need some new revisions. Yeah, my love's good down in the head. What the hell's going on? Yeah, I played this shit like a song. Now I'm straight alone. Now I'm crying in my room alone. Yeah, who's to blame? All these people, they be bringing up my name. I don't know how the fuck I stay sane. What's the blame?
This is crazy. What the fuck?
New divisions, yeah, don't know shit about digits. Yeah, get some new revisions. Yeah, my love's good down in the head. What the hell's going on? Yeah, I played this shit like a song. Now I'm straight alone. Now I'm crying in my room alone.
Gas. Definitely gas. Also exclusive unreleased Filter there as well. So huge shout out to Filter for letting us premiere that. But so we got a missing verse here, not a huge deal. Still would be like considered a complete song. Like even if you dropped it now, you could totally get away with it. So man. Sheesh. All right, let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Lonely Nights. So, instrumental's fucking gas. The definition of like really great alternative rock. Couple like different pop elements. Some like slight hip hop sounds and elements in here, but for the most part, really just like great underground alternative rock instrumental style here for sure. Mix is solid, nothing clashing to overbearing at all. Everything cuts through nicely when you consider vocals and things like that. Yeah, the mix is great for sure. To be honest with you, I like the drums on this one a lot, but I'm gonna have to go with melody. To be honest with you, melody definitely makes like a huge difference here. I definitely feel like the melody was not only like memorable, but it was like very prominent. And that's not to say that the drums weren't fucking gas. The drums were definitely gas, but the melody in this case was definitely like super powerful here to me. So I definitely like the melody a lot. Let's talk vocals. So instrumental solid, vocal mix is fucking great. Let's just get that right out the way. I like the vocal mix a lot, especially for how much like passion and like emotion is behind these vocals. The vocal mix is like absolutely, you know what I mean? Like absolutely. Um, so the vocal mix is solid. Again, I like the way everything cuts through. Um, but I'm trying to think. Shining Star, man, I like the writing a lot, but the delivery like really sold this for me. The delivery definitely made this like very emotional, very like important, very much like it was definitely like very much in that aspect and like the delivery just made this song for me. Because like, sure, you could write a sad song, but like, can you actually deliver it with how you like you're feeling? And the Filter definitely did just that. For sure, they did just that, 100%. So, when it comes to vocals, it's definitely gonna have to be delivery for me, for sure. Um, okay. So instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme. So aesthetics. I've always been a huge fan of these kind of like nostalgic, like slightly edited, like childhood kind of memory covers. Um, definitely always been something that like I've just I've just always gravitated towards, especially when it comes to like the nostalgic feeling. Um, so totally works for not only this track but realistically any track. Um, when it comes to this kind of theme as well. Um, so the cover is definitely solid for sure. Um, overall theme. So I mean, realistically, considering the missing verse, I definitely feel like um it's one of those that's like super simple, right? But at the same time, it's just like very much getting a lot of frustration out as well. You know what I mean? Like the songwriting is like minimalistic, but the way it's delivered shows like the amount of passion behind like lines like that. And once that other verse gets filled in, that'll kind of like expand on the theme a bit more. But as far as like the hook goes, like even the hook itself, like you can just tell the amount of passion that kind of like went into that. Cause like reading it is one thing compared to like actually listening to the track itself. That's why I feel like, this is like a very important song, not only in like the listener's aspect, but also in the artist aspect, and just being able to get shit out of your head and like out of your just like off your chest essentially, you know what I mean, without like going to a different outlet or bitching or blah blah blah. Like this way, like it's very much like you're getting it out in like a productive and healthy way, you know what I mean, because you'll be able to work on this, you'll be able to have it for your library, like even if it never got released, you know what I mean, it's one of those tracks that like was there for you at a time where, for instance, maybe other people weren't, you know what I mean, but you were able to get your thoughts out, and that's totally like one of the most like important things about any kind of music, you know what I mean, it doesn't matter what you're making. So well done. With that said, make sure you follow Filter on this account, and of course make sure you follow Filter Twitter as well. They are approaching 20 followers, man. Only 4 ways. So make sure you go show Filter some love over there on the bird. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Monday channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 170 Submaroonies on the main channel. Make sure you go show these artists and the main channel some love. And sub if you haven't, man. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Okay, so up next we have a first-time submitting artist, Lunacy. Lunacy Music, Melbourne dark pop, emo pop power couple making music you can dance and cry to. Okay, shit, we're with it. We just released a dark pop track infused with the electro house subgenre Melbourne bounce and crunchy guitars tuned to drop. What the fuck? That's a very specific description, and I'm here for it. I love that. Okay. That was a great description, honestly. So, dark pop track infused with electro house subgenre Melbourne bounce. So, dark pop and Melbourne bounce is essentially what we're cased with here. All right. Huh. So we don't know what to expect, regardless, though. So let's get into it. Lunacy, first time submitting artist, hauntingly familiar. Wow. They weren't kidding.
Trapped inside these walls, hauntingly familiar. There's no light at all. Dancing with a ghost, drinking time away as I watch the rain fall. Face in the hole. I got dressed up with nowhere to go. Is this a life? Well, I'm starting to break down, lonely and afraid now. I'm losing all faith now. I feel like a fake now. Honestly, it feels harder to breathe. And I think that I really need help now. I'm starting to break down. All that's left behind feels like it's been a lifetime since I saw the sun slowly unravel as I come undone. Will we survive? Desperately want to feel alive. Is this a life? Well, I'm starting to break down, lonely and afraid now. I'm losing all faith now. I feel like a fake now. Honestly, it feels harder to breathe. And I think that I really need help now. I'm starting to break down. I'm screaming, I'm calling for someone to save me. It's my life on the line. I'm screaming, I'm calling for someone to save me. It's my life on the line. I'm starting to break down, lonely and afraid now. I'm starting to break down, lonely and afraid now. I'm losing all faith now. I feel like a fake now. Honestly, it feels harder to breathe. And I think that I really need help. I'm starting to break down. I'm starting to break down. Honestly, it feels harder to breathe. And I think that I really need help. I'm starting to break.
What the fuck, bro? Nah. Nah, like that. What, bro? What? Bro. Like. What the fuck? Jesus, man. Former X Factor Australia runner-up. An LA native multi-instrumentalist and songwriting prodigy makes up the duo. Wow, dude. Like, they are fucking talented, man. Like, what the fuck did we just listen to? Holy shit, man. Nah, this is crazy. Like, they are crazy talented. Like shit like this is insane. Is fucking insane because it's like so high quality that you just know that they've been working at their craft for years. They're talking about like MySpace in their bio and things like that, man. Like, holy fuck. These are two like very much seasoned veteran artists for sure. And I love that because you can hear it in their sound. It is so high quality and it just that's the thing that people don't fucking understand, man. Is like you don't achieve this kind of sound overnight, right? Like this this takes years and years and years of hard work to be able to develop this. Like, that's why I shit myself when I fucking hear like sounds this well developed, is because it's like you're either A, worked like a year on one song, or B, have been going at it for like 10 years, 5 years, you know? Uh, so wow. This was fucking crazy. This was really, really crazy. Okay, so let's break this down as best as we can, because the quality in this is just, I wouldn't change a fucking thing about the whole song if I'm being honest with you, but we're still gonna break it down and we're gonna talk about all the shit that I do like about this. So, let's talk instrumental, let's talk vocals, let's talk overall theme, and then we'll send them on their way. So, man oh man, let's talk instrumental. Mix was fucking 10 out of 10. Crisp as shit, well rounded, everything was perfect, everything had its own space, vocals were just, mix was 10 out of 10. Literally 10 out of 10. Like, wouldn't change a thing. Again. As far as the instrumental goes though, the structure all day. There were so many instruments and like really like intricate sound selections in here that it'd be hard to single one out and say, oh, that synth pad was good, or oh, that guitar was it, or the drums were it. Structure all day here was like crazy. Like really made this song, especially when you consider the vocals. So the instrumental structure all day for sure. Really just like kept up the variety, but didn't make the song go super crazy. Like there wasn't a dull moment in this track at all. Like the hooks came back in at the right times, and yeah, no, structure all day. So the instrumental is great. Let's talk vocals. So, well, I mean, like, what a voice, right? Like, what a fucking voice. Like, again, kind of like gave me the impression that it was a very like seasoned vocalist that had been at their craft for quite some time. It's not somebody that just woke up last year and was like, okay, like I'm gonna start making music. You know what I mean? Like that's very much a voice that is fine tuned. You know what I mean? Like that takes some years to fucking get. And yeah, no, like when you consider all that, the mix is also great there. You know what I mean? Very crisp, very clean. Everything cuts through nicely, especially with everything going on in this instrumental. Vocals weren't drowned out at all. Vocals like stayed a steady course. Like the hook was great. Nah, like I again wouldn't change a thing about the vocals at all. Um, I really like the writing throughout the whole track, but the hook was definitely something that I kept waiting for to come back in. I really like this hook a lot. And that's just like the old like, because like some of their influences were Evanescence and just like so many other like interesting bands like that. So like that hook is like like really easy to like gravitate towards too, if you were into like that sort of like alternative rock side of like the early 2000s or even like the 2010s, you know. So yeah, probably the hook, because I like all of the writing, but definitely the hook for sure. So instrumental solid, a vocal solid. Let's talk theme, aesthetics, hauntingly familiar. um we have the text at the bottom, lunacy at the top. Minimalistic, but I think it's a job done, especially like bringing that like late night club feel. I definitely get a little bit of a pop vibe here, but it's definitely like bringing horror underground vibes as well. But just based off the cover, you'd think you'd get a lot more heavier track, but you don't, and I think that's a nice like switch up, because you think, oh, you're gonna get some like really like heavier kind of shit. You're not at all, and I feel like that's what's really cool about this cover, is it's just relating to like the lyrics and like the actual meaning of the song as opposed to like what it sounds like. So I like this cover a lot. Great first single as well. Overall theme. So hauntingly familiar, kind of, you know, could be a metaphor for a couple of things. I definitely feel like it's more so on these songwriters here that kind of like made up this whole theme around like the familiarness of your own patterns, or just the patterns of life, or even the patterns of other people, or there's a couple like metaphors you could dive into here about this track. So there's a lot of like lyrical substance here, which I think is really cool. Because not only does this track have a lot of like replayability sound wise, you could dive into this theme all day. You know what I mean? 100%. With that said, huge shout out to Lunusi. Thank you so much for your submission. Make sure you follow them on Spotify as well. And make sure you follow them on Twitter. They're approaching 2.6K on the Bird apps. Here you go, show them some love on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And make sure you subscribe if you haven't already to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. We upload every Thursday and Saturday. And we're approaching 170 sub-Roonies chat. So make sure you go subscribe if you haven't already. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, underground tips and tricks, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So go show these artists and the channel some love. And if you already have been, dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff, we appreciate you here at Music. Thank you. So, let's continue on. Up next, we got the homie In That Mode. And I think this is formerly the artist known as Yules, I believe. And they've gone through like 4 name changes, I think, in the past like 6 months. That's crazy. Yeah, so now they go by In That Mode. So this is basically like a first time artist submission, but not really. You know what I mean? So kind of interesting. But the artist formerly known as Yules. Oh shit. So wait, no. Do they still go by Yules on SoundCloud? Oh, okay, so shit. They still go by Yules on here. Okay. Damn, okay. So hold up. Oh, I wonder if it's just Twitter then. Oh no. So they changed their social media, but their artist name is probably still Yules, I think. Could be. I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out. Butts. With that said, we got Yules with Gleam, Passion, Prod 63. Shout out 63. Get into it.
What the fuck she on? Got my clothes on and my fingernails matching. Got my clothes on so you know what bitch catch. Bitches rather hate, I'd rather calculate. Spend my money up, I don't want no fake. Shit the pussy for me, baby, make it booty. So I know you like that money, I like money too. I know, hey, buddy, bitches mad as fuck. Bitch, know these bitches mad as fuck. If I was on my feet, clean like it, don't take a body. We can cut you out until the end, get your money. I'm cash in the mouth. I'm cash in the mouth. Got my toes done and my fingernails matching. Got my clothes done so you know what bitch cashing.
Damn. Okay. So this one kind of comes at you pretty hot. I'm not gonna lie. This one comes in hot and then leaves kind of hot. You know what I mean? So yeah. Let's break this one down because this one's definitely more on the unique side of things for sure. So we're talking about 3 things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Cashin'. So let's talk instrumental. 63 comes through with some fucking unique shit. Every time we've had an instrumental by 63, it's been like this unique fucking take on it's almost damn near alternative trap at this point. You know what I mean? Like 63 really fucking pushes the bar when it comes to that, and this is no exception. But the mix is great. I like the instrumental mix a lot. Everything cuts through nice. I like the 808 a lot. Definitely muddy enough, not too like crazy. Drums are solid. Um, again, the mix is just pretty well rounded. You know what I mean? Like everything cuts through nicely for a like for everything that is going on in this instrumental for sure. So definitely a solid instrumental mix. Definitely, definitely. Um, mm, Probably the 808. I'm not gonna lie. The 808 might be the shining star. If I'm being honest, probably the 808. I think it could be. Um, yeah, yeah, because I like the drums overall, and just the sound selection itself was like really solid. But the 808 was really. So the instrumental solid. Let's talk vocals. So we have Yules and Gleam on here, and Yules definitely brings like the more like more like harder, kind of like in your face kind of element that like really kicks this track off, and then Gleam kind of like takes it back to like like a little bit more of like a pop vibe, and I think that sprinkles in like a really solid element when it comes to these two blending together on this track. And then they both go like the different route when it comes to their vocal mix. So I definitely feel like their mix like went in a like solid enough direction as to where I do feel like they complemented each other for sure. I definitely feel like they did. Um but overall, the vocal mix itself, everything was solid, everything sat nice on the instrumental, everything definitely cut through nicely. So the overall mix was definitely great. Um Shining Star. Hmm. Shining Star is kind of interesting here. Um I definitely like the flow and cadence throughout the whole track between both Yules and Gleam, to be honest with you. Delivery was solid too, but flow and cadence definitely took the cake for me. As far as this being like a turn up, kind of like party anthem for sure. It's definitely one of those kinds of tracks. Um, so instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme. So I believe this is a cover that we've seen before. I believe this is from a recent EP that Yules dropped, which I had no idea. I thought this was actually a single cover. Um, There. Yeah, okay. Eterno. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So they dropped this EP about 2 months ago. Okay. I see now. I see now. I got it. I got it. So, when you consider that, I think this is a really, really solid EP cover because, again, aesthetically, this was like gas. Like I liked this cover like way back when I first saw it. So the fact that this is like going on an EP, definitely solid for sure. Um, when it comes to this kind of like aesthetic, I just feel like the simplicity of it all like does it so much justice. But like the thing that puts it over the edge is the high quality. You know what I mean? It's like super HD. It's just one of those like really redeeming factors about it. So again, just to reiterate that definitely solid for sure. But um overall theme cash in definitely again kind of like one of those turn up like party tracks for sure. Um a little bit fast paced, a little bit kind of like shit you'd play like into the like late night and you just like turn up to totally like a club vibe as well. I could totally see this being in an underground club, definitely. It's just one of those party tracks, you know what I mean? And I definitely feel like both Yules and Gleam nailed it when it comes to like making a track like centered around just like really just like full blown like turning up and like also like something that just makes you want to move. You know what I mean? It's definitely one of those party tracks. Shit, this would even be a good gym song too. You know what I mean? So with that said, huge shout out to Yules. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Yules on SoundCloud. Literally 5 away from 250. That's a solid milestone, my friends. And of course, make sure you follow Yules on Twitter. Literally 4 away from 510 as well. So make sure you go show us some love on the bird. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. approaching 170 subscribers on the main channel, so make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love. We upload 2 times a week, my friends, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel, so make sure you go show the channel and these artists some love. If you already have, thank you. We appreciate you dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. Thank you, thank you. So, chat, let's continue on. Got about a half hour left in the show. And up next, we got the homie Ghost Candy. And it's been damn near probably a year. I don't think we've gotten a submission from Ghost Candy in 2023. It's like, damn, where you been at? That's crazy. Been a while. I finally had some time to make some more music. First track is an intro to the second. Okay. So Ghost Candy, a very alternative producer, sometimes vocalist, but very alternative, talented producer that apparently has taken a break. So let's take a look here and see what we got. So yeah, let's see what Ghost Candy has for us here. Look out the window. Ghost of Tomorrow. Ghost Candy. Look out the window. Let's get into it. Background melody's crazy. So Ghost said apparently that's just the intro track. Oh, okay, so all right, I see what they did. All right, so let's just check out the other part as well. Yeah, 429. Okay, yeah. So this is what we'll react to. Okay. So let's get into it. Ghost Candy in the Sky. Let's go. Get a chat. That drop, holy shit. Damn. So this was really creative. I like the fact that both of these tracks um are on separate songs for the EP. It's been a while since Ghost Candy has been able to bless us, man. It's been a while. Vibe. I very much agree with Yuki, by the way. I very much agree. Um, so yeah, totally in the techno electronic, kind of house vibe for sure. But let's break this one down. So we're talking about two things. Obviously, no vocals. We're talking about the instrumental and talk about the overall theme of "Look Out the Window." So, um, actually, such a solid fucking cover. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this is the same font that Ghost used to use as well for a lot of their older tracks. It's been a while, but I feel like they've used a similar font. Definitely. Or maybe I'm just tripping, but either way, um I like the font a lot. But let's talk instrumental. So mix is fucking great. Nothing clashing too overbearing at all. Especially with like kind of the vocal sample in the background. I feel like everything was like really solid when it comes to the mix. Drums are good. Um Everything cuts through nicely. Nothing really like fighting for space too bad at all. Um yeah, mix overall very tight, very well rounded. Definitely. Um Shining Star, this song really told a story, I'm not gonna lie. And there weren't even any vocals here, like, especially with like the kind of like early break and then like the outro. And I definitely feel like Ghost Candy wanted to tell a story with this for sure. And I definitely feel like they accomplished that goal. So for that reason, I'm definitely gonna say structure. Definitely gonna say structure, 100%. Just because for an instrumental track that's over 4 minutes, this didn't get boring whatsoever. You know what I mean? It was always changing. It was always getting a break. The outro was good. Structure all day. Definitely structure for sure. Um, let's talk theme. So instrumental solid, but when it comes to the theme, aesthetics. I really like this for an EP cover. I like the text sideways. I like the fact that it's like an actual like window picture, but it like takes you a minute to like actually like register that you're like looking out a window. So that aspect I like a lot. Simple, minimalistic, but really does the job, to be honest. So aesthetics on point. Overall theme, look out the window. Probably more of like a subconscious theme for Ghost Candy than it is like the listener, right? And it's just really Ghost Candy's way of presenting some sounds. And there's probably a really cool backstory to this that I'm sure Ghost Candy will definitely explain later down the line. But all in all, like it definitely wraps itself kind of nicely when you consider like the two tracks. You like look out the window and then into the sky. So like I definitely feel like you know there was enough substance here to be able to put together your own story, but at the same time, um, you could just enjoy the sounds as well. So that's the cool thing about putting out instrumentals like this. With that said, huge shout out to Ghost Candy, man. Thank you for the submission. I hope you've been well, my friend. Make sure you follow Ghost Candy on SoundCloud. Literally 10 away from 90, my friends. And of course, make sure you follow them on Twitter as well. Literally 2 follows away from 20. So go show them some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 170 Subaroonies on the main channel, so make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love. We upload 2 times a week, my friends. Every Thursday and Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of good stuff's available on the main channel, so make sure you go show that some love. And if you've already been subbed and you've been showing love, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's fucking get a chat. So, up next we have Music Monday staff member and very, very, very talented vocalist Con Benny, and also producer Con Benny. You know what I mean? Like Con Benny's multi-talented, designer, vocalist, producer. Like goddamn, but a very much unique vocalist at that for sure, for sure. And they put out a project recently that was, um, man, I think it had like 20 plus tracks on it or something like that. So it's been a while since we've heard from Con Benny though. So we got another track off of that project titled Time Sorceress, and it's self-prod Con Benny. So definitely gonna check this out here. Definitely gonna check this out here. Okay. Let's see what we got. Lyrics and description as well. Okay, so let's get into it. Con Benny 2004, Time Sorceress, Prod Con Benny. Let's go.
It's time, it's time, it's time, it's time, it's time, time, sorceress, all, full and blessed, sworn to destroy the mess, bring the great flood to evil spread to the people, tolerance at zero, convenient, welcome water, calling speedboat, fighting my time, fighting my timeline, sliding between past, present, future, like it's all mine, remember master track, keep everyone else in mind, ultimately I can man the clocks, you can't keep up, I seen it and been it, I don't need to hear you speak it, I know why you've been thinking, I'm going back to before you were thinking, I make something different, automatic power corrupt me, they never should have fed my ego this way, nails long like a ray, foul song like a siren sings, nails long like a ray, foul song like a siren sings, it's time, 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 I'm in time, sorceress, soul.
This is crazy. What the fuck? Yeah.
Biding my time, biding my time, biding my time, my time.
Damn. Dude, Con Benny always has these tracks that are like super like story driven, and like they always like are so descriptive, like they put you in like this like fantasy kind of world, man. It's always so interesting. So fucking interesting. Alright, my friends. Let's break this one down. So we're gonna talk about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Time Sorceress. So, man, oh man, oh man. Let's talk instrumental. Makes it solid. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. I like the drum selection a lot. Everything fits nicely as well. Yeah, no, this is definitely like a real fucking solid mix when it comes to the instrument, especially self prod. So, well done there for sure. Um, mm, Shining Star. Shining Star's got to be the instrumental. The instrumental, or the structure. Just because the structure kind of like builds up a lot of like anticipation, and I feel like it makes you pay more attention to the lyrics as well. So the structure of the instrumental itself definitely is up there for me when it comes to the Shining Star. Um, is it fully? Yeah, I think it might be. I think it might be probably the structure for sure. To be honest with you, um, heavy on the structure, definitely. So the instrumental solid. let's talk vocals. So a vocal mix is great. I've always been a fan of Conbini's mix. It's always such a unique mix as well. And you know, when you consider the instrumental, everything's cutting through nicely. Nothing's clashing too overbearing. Um, it just sits nicely on the instrumental. So vocal mix is definitely solid. Um, Shining Star. I really like the writing, but some of the flow and cadence here is really solid too. Konbini kind of like knew what she wanted to do on this track. Definitely, I feel like the flow and cadence was just like slightly like it was just it was very much like well thought out, and Konbini was very confident here for sure. But the writing is too like descriptive and storytelling, so I'm gonna have to go with the writing, to be honest with you. The writing is definitely really really fucking solid for sure. So instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme. So this is their album cover as well. I know that they put quite a few tracks on this project, so I do feel like this like self portrait album cover style is like a really good take, and it's definitely like album worthy. I've spoken on this art quite a while ago, but just to reiterate that, yeah, no, it's definitely album worthy, and I definitely feel like this was like solid album choice for sure. Um, Overall theme, relatively simple. I mean, it's like written in the perspective of Konbini being a time sorceress, but also kind of like being able to bring like real life aspects into it as well, and also kind of like really discuss like um really discuss like how they can blend both reality and kind of like the fantasy writing that they have going on here, and then it's also backed up by like really solid delivery. This is just a really well-rounded track, to be honest with you. So let's fucking get it. Huge shout out to Konbini. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Konbini uh on SoundCloud. They are literally 4 away from 90. So go show them some love on SoundCloud. And of course, make sure you follow Konbini on Twitter. Literally 10 follows away from 690. Go show them some love on the bird as well, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 170 sub-roonies on the main channel. So make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love. We upload 2 times a week, my friends. Every Thursday and Saturday. Exclusive Music Mondays YouTube uploads, exclusive segments, tips and tricks, full podcast episodes. A whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel, man. So go show these artists and the channel some love. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays, my friend. Let's fucking get it, baby. So, chat. Let's continue on. So up next would be Ryuki, but huge shout out to Ryuki for becoming a Music Mondays Patreon. We appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. We had already reacted to Ryuki, so a big shout out to them. Up next, and I think quite possibly our last submission of the night, a very, very talented Music Mondays community member, Levaries. I don't think we got a chance to react to Levaries last week, so this will definitely be very, very interesting, and I am down. And Levaries is a underground alternative hip hop artist. Definitely had a solid 2023, but we've been going through a lot of their older tracks in their library as of recently, and this one is definitely amongst that group as well. So this song came out in 2021, and Levaries submitted "Confused," and we definitely have some lyrics here as well, so we can definitely dive into these. See what we got here. I'm down. Now, Levaries is definitely versatile when it comes to the type of alternative hip hop they can do. You know what I mean? So I'm interested. Let's see what we got here. Levaries, "Confused."
Damn, Pear, this go crazy.
Yeah, I thought that I done told ya. Yeah, I thought that I done told ya. Yeah, I told ya. Yeah, I told ya. Thought that I done told you that's the bitch that I don't fuck with. If I pull up to your house, you best believe we fucking. If you do not let me fuck, fuck, then I go fuck your cousin. You really think you special, but little bitch, you don't mean nothing. Say you want a couple bucks, I might give you 100. And I know you like it, or might leave with a concussion. Damn, I miss that pussy, I might fly you across the country. But I don't give no shits, don't care if you love me, bitch.
Tell me that you love me, but I do not care at this point. Shorty go all up, so we want love smoking on this joint. I be hot till next week. Shorty come and neck me. I know that you want it solo, baby, please don't test me. I know that you want some love from me. I know that you want some drugs from me. Baby, can you keep me company? Cause this love shit don't make sense to me. I've been confused for the past 3 years now. I think I found the one, but she the one that lets me down. I've been getting fucked up, can't get my luck up. She gon' go and cheat on me while I may let her this blunt. Thought that I done told you that's the bitch that I don't fuck with. If I pull up to your house, you best believe we fucking. If you do not let me fuck, then I go fuck your cousin. You really think you special, but little bitch, you don't mean nothing. Say you want a couple bucks, I might give you 100. And I know you like it, or might leave with a concussion. Damn, I miss that pussy, I might fly you across the country. But I don't give no shits, don't care if you love me, bitch. Damn, I think I got a problem with the drugs. Said I smoke too much, I cannot make this up. I might smoke a couple grams in a week. Come and roll it up with me, it's getting kinda hard to breathe. It's kinda hard to breathe when I'm without ya. Think I'm obsessed, I'm really glad I found ya. You said we make it forever, but that's doubtful. They say love ain't got a limit, but this shit done dried up. Hate me, then you love me, okay, shorty, make your mind up. Told me we forever, but I guess you just meant 2 months. We helps the pain, mama think I'm doing hard job. Thought that I done told you that's the bitch that I don't fuck with. If I pull up to your house, you best believe we fucking. If you do not let me fuck, then I go fuck your cousin. You really think you special, but little bitch, you don't mean nothing. Say you want a couple bucks, I might give you 100. And I know you like it, or might leave with a concussion. Damn, I miss that pussy, I might fly you across the country. But I don't give no shits, don't care if you love me, bitch.
Laveria's coming back with the fucking heaters, man. God damn. Okay. Shit. Alright. So let's break this one down, because this is a very, like... This is, like, super telling. Because, like, yeah, this isn't, like, brand new, but it's not exactly super old either. So that's why it's, like, a really, like, cool perspective on, like, where Laveria's has came from in the last couple of years as well. So, we're gonna talk about 3 things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Confused. So, let's talk instrumental. Mix is solid, nothing clashing too overbearing at all. Really solid, like, more emotional trap style mix. Drums are great. Again, everything cuts through nicely. Everything kind of has its own space. Mix is real solid when you consider the instrumental. Shining Star. I like the drums a lot, but the piano kind of brings a lot of this emotion as a really big core for this instrumental. So I'm gonna have to go ahead and say the melody here, because that piano is, like, really solid. Definitely the Shining Star. So instrumental solid. Let's talk vocals. Vocals. So, vocal mix is great, especially for, like, being some more, like, early Laverias. I didn't think it was too bad at all. Pretty well rounded. Sits nicely on the instrumental. Everything cuts through nicely as well, which is really solid. Yeah, like, especially when you consider it's an earlier mix from, like, 2021. I definitely feel like this was solid for the time as well. So, solid mix when it comes to the vocals. Now, a couple things I really enjoy here. The hook is great, the flow and cadence is great, and the writing is great too. Again, once you consider, Laveria's from, like, 2 years ago, you're like, oh shit, you know what I mean? So you're like, let's go. But it might be the hook. I feel like Laveria's, like, very confident in this hook, and, like, really took a second to, like, break that down. But I feel like the hook was, like, pretty underrated here. The verses really tell a fine story, but the hook is really where it's at when it comes to, like, replayability and, like, the thing that is memorable here a lot, for sure. Definitely. So the hook was real solid. Let's talk overall theme. So, aesthetics. definitely went with like the IRL kind of edited cover, and then the Laveri's kind of signature down bottom with the broken heart emoji. I think that was really fitting for not only a track like this, but just Laveri's like overall aesthetic when it comes to covers. So it looks like Laveri's has been like really consistent for the last like couple years when it comes to like what kind of art they use for their covers or what they kind of usually drop for this kind of thing. So um I like this choice. I like this choice a lot, especially when you consider like a single and things like that. Very solid. Very, very, very solid. So, overall theme, confused, almost like a self-confession of where like Laverius is just was, I guess, at the time in 2021, really confused with not only just life, their personal life, their love life, just like a couple of life aspects, that really just can confuse anybody, at almost any point in life. So shit like that is like very much very much a very relatable theme when it comes to lyrics and like having a topic that you're like, wow, like I know what they're fucking talking about. You know what I mean? So really solid theme when it comes to that as well. But Varys always does a really nice job, like really like projecting their feelings outwards and really not giving a fuck about being like too emotional or too this or too that. Varys is very honest when it comes to being an artist, and you could even tell that from 2 years ago. So well done. And a huge shout out to Laverius. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much love. Make sure you follow Laverius on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow Laverius on Twitter. Laverius is approaching literally almost 113 away, man. Go show Laverius some love on the Bird app. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. Approaching 170 subscribers on the main channel, so make sure you go show some love to the main channel, man. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of good stuff is available over there, so go check it out and drop a sub if you enjoyed. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays, my friend. So, with that said, we only have a couple minutes left here in this edition of the Music Mondays podcast. So, huge, huge shout out to everybody that submitted tonight and came through and showed love. Huge shout out to all of our Music Mondays Patreons, Cole Gerard, SLM, Blank Dot, King Mark, Ryuki, TDG, and the rest of our Music Mondays Patreons that did not submit tonight. You guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to the rest of the community that we got through tonight. Shout out to Signal In, Thomas Marcus, Flux, Just Woes, Cole Gerard as well, Braden, Filter, Lunacy, Yules, Ghost Candy, Konbani, Ryuki, Laverius, and anybody else that submitted. Feel free to resubmit next week. If we did not get to you, we will get to you, my friends. So, with that said, huge shout out to anybody that came through and hung out in the stream tonight. Let's say our goodbyes. Let's talk for a bit. Let's see what we got coming up for Music Mondays in early June and what's coming this week. So, chat, let's talk. First off, shout out to everybody that came through, showed love tonight. There's literally a lot of you in here. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Ryuki, Butter My Waffle. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to streaming family. Huge shout out to King Mark as well. Huge shout out to anybody else that lurked and chilled, came through the stream. I know we peaked at like 11, 12 tonight, so you guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so let's talk. Submissions will be live for the next episode of Music Mondays, episode 124. Tomorrow. So if you're watching this live, make sure you follow us on Twitter. Submissions will be open tomorrow afternoon. And if you're watching this on YouTube, submissions will probably already be open. So make sure you go keep your eyes peeled on that as well. You'll be able to find all that information under our media as well. And SoundCloud Sunday submissions will be open as well this Wednesday. So if you're watching this live, they'll be open on Wednesday. If you're watching this on YouTube, they're definitely already open. So go get your submissions in, my friends. So, what's upcoming for Music Mondays in the next week or so? What's going down with us? Where are we at? How are things going? Let's talk about it. So, in case you missed it, monthly has been worked on for like probably the last like couple days. So expect that this week. Again, I'm in the middle of getting Feature Friday and Workshop Wednesday fully booked out, and then behind the merch and a couple of other shorter segments. The breakdown as well will be coming definitely this week. And again, it's a new month, so expect Underground Classics, the monthly with Depressed. A whole lot of our monthly content will be continuing as well. But yeah, I'll be having a meeting with the staff to see how many other things we can really get rolled out to the rest of the community, and then you guys will know first. Yes, and recruiting is also open as well. So if you're interested in joining the Music Monday staff team, look out for a recruiting flyer this week with all the information you may need. And if you're also interested in getting hosted by the Music Monday SoundCloud, you want your song promoted for free, shit, we'll even do the cover art for you. Let us know. We are totally interested in hosting your tracks. So feel free to send us a DM or an email, anything like that. With that said, make sure you follow Music Mondays on Twitter, on Instagram, on pretty much every social media platform at All Music Mondays. Make sure you go sub to the YouTube channel as well. We're one sub away from 170, so huge shout out to the Music Mondays community as well. Go check out our Music Mondays Patreon, and shout out to every single one of our motherfucking patrons, and shout out to all of our new patrons as well. You guys are amazing. You'll be taken care of this week as well with all of your introductory goodies and whatnot. Shit, and of course, you can stream the Music Mondays podcast on all platforms. Anchor.fm/allmusicmondays. You can take us on the go, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, all that good stuff. You can listen to your reactions back. You can listen to pretty much the whole stream back if you'd like to. So feel free to go stream us over there as well. And of course, it's been your boy ZomSlays. You can follow me at ZomSlays on all platforms. With that said, we'll be live next week for episode 124 of the Music Mondays podcast. We'll be putting together a lot of really cool stuff for the community over the next week or so. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled. And next week, we'll be live for more reactions and reviews. Again, shout out to everybody that came through, showed love. Shout out to everybody that's part of the late night crew. We love you guys. Take care, be safe, and we'll see you next week for episode 124.